We have also presence on different social media channels like LinkedIn page. So you can connect with us at BVI-CAM's LinkedIn page also for latest information from time to time. The link for the same has also been shared in the chat window. I warmly welcome all panelists and attendees who have joined us today for this inaugural function. A very warm welcome to all of you. A very warm welcome and a warm good evening to all distinguished guests and panelists. I, Dr. Ritika Vasan, on behalf of Bharati Vidyapeeth Institute of Computer Applications and Management, BVI-CAM, welcome you all to this august occasion, the inauguration of 16th INDIACom 2022, 9th International Conference on Computing for Sustainable Global Development. As per schedule, we shall start with the ceremony at 5 p.m. sharp. Dear participants, kindly ensure whosoever is connected with us today for this event is able to access the chat window on your device. The chat window is important because at the end of today's session, we shall be sharing a feedback link with all our participants to generate a certificate of participation for themselves for this event today. You just need to click on the link and write in your details and submit the same. Your certificate shall be auto-generated in a period of 5 minutes and delivered in your inbox. So dear participants, kindly ensure that whatever device you are connected with us through for today's event, you are able to access the chat window on the same. The video recording of all our IEEE and BVI-CAM technical lecture series since June 2020 are available at our YouTube channel, which is known by the name of BVI-CAM New Delhi. The link for the same has been shared in the chat window. So please subscribe and also share it with your faculty members and students in their WhatsApp group to subscribe to this channel and take maximum benefits from this huge repository on various technical subjects by eminent speakers, most of them being from corporates. I also request all the members to kindly join our WhatsApp group, our official WhatsApp group, to get latest updates regarding all our events being organized. The link for the same has been shared with all the participants in the WhatsApp, in the chat window. So if as yet you are not a member of any of our WhatsApp group, you can click on this link and join this WhatsApp group of ours to get regular updates regarding our different events.
Ritika ma'am?
Yes, sir.
हेलो?
Yes, sir.
कुछ सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है, सुन नहीं हुआ कुछ क्या?
Sir. Good evening, sir. Am I audible?
जहाँ लगता है बातचीत साउंड नहीं सुन तो बोल रहे हैं
Good evening, sir. Am I audible? Nayak sir, good evening. Welcome to the session.
Thank you very much, Ritika ma'am. Very good evening.
Thank you, sir. How are you, sir?
Namaskar. I have connected before time. There is no problem.
Thank you so much, sir.
हेलो नायक जी।
सर नमस्कार सर।
नमस्कार भाई, क्या हाल है?
सब ठीक है सर, सब बढ़िया।
वेरी गुड। हम ना आपको याद करते रहते हैं।
अरे सर, सो नाइस ऑफ यू।
यस।
तो बताऊंगा ना, मैं कहूंगा ना, मैं बात करूंगा भाई। ये सब वो कितने दिन में आएगा, वो जो इसने ऑर्डर दिया? मतलब 20 दिन बाद। चलो 15-20 दिन बाद के लिए तो रखो।
हेलो बुखारी जी, गुड इवनिंग।
नहीं तो चलो आप लगे
बुखारी जी, गुड इवनिंग।
आप ठीक है तो ठीक है।
A very good evening and a very warm welcome to all guests and panelists. I, Dr. Ritika Vasan, on behalf of Bharati Vidyapeeth Institute of Computer Applications and Management, welcome you all today to this inaugural function of 16th INDIACom 2022, 9th International Conference on Computing for Sustainable Global Development. Dear participants, as per schedule, we shall be starting with the event sharp at 5 p.m. Meanwhile, it is time for tea and networking. So I hope all my participants will be enjoying their tea at their home in a safe environment. Kindly ensure whatever device you are connected with us through for today's event, you are able to access the chat window on the same. The chat window is an important mechanism through which we shall be communicating in today's event. At the end of this event, we shall be sharing a feedback link with all our participants. You need to click on the same, fill in your details and submit it. As soon as you submit your feedback form, your certificate of participation, your certificate of attendance for today's event shall be generated and delivered in your inbox in a matter of 5 minutes. So dear participants, kindly ensure whatever device you are connected with us through for today's event, you should be able to access the chat window on the same. I welcome all our guests. Good evening. A very good evening and a very warm welcome to all panelists and attendees. Okay. A very good evening and a very warm welcome to all panelists and attendees. Good evening, all distinguished guests. Good evening, all distinguished guests and panelists. I, Dr. Ritika Vasan, on behalf of Bharati Vidyapeeth's Institute of Computer Applications and Management, BVI-CAM, welcome you all to this August occasion, the inauguration of 16th INDIACom 2022, 9th International Conference on Computing for Sustainable Global Development. As per schedule, we shall start with today's inaugural function ceremony sharp at 5 p.m. Meanwhile, it is time for tea and networking. So I hope all of you shall be enjoying your tea or coffee or maybe dinner to all those participants who have joined us from abroad and have a time lag. So I hope you will be enjoying it at your home in a safe environment. We shall be starting with the session sharp at 5 p.m. I request all the attendees to kindly ensure whatever device you are connected with us today for this event, kindly ensure you can access the chat window on the same. The chat window is important because we shall be sharing a feedback link for certificate of participation generation for today's session with all of you in the chat window. So dear participants, kindly ensure whatever device you all are connected with us through, you are able to access the chat window on the same. Thank you, dear participants. I thank all of you for wishing a grand success to INDIACom's 2022. It has been your constant support that has brought INDIACom so far that today we are hosting the 16th edition of this annual affair. I can see panelists and attendees from all across the world are joining us. I welcome all of you today to this wonderful evening, to this wonderful August occasion. In a few minutes from now, as per schedule, we shall be beginning with today's event. A very warm welcome and a very good evening to all distinguished panelists and participants. I, Dr. Ritika Vasan, on behalf of Bharati Vidyapeeth Institute of Computer Applications and Management, BVI-CAM, welcome you all to this August occasion, the inauguration of 16th INDIACom 2022, the 9th International Conference on Computing for Sustainable Global Development. As per schedule, we shall be starting with the ceremony today at 5 p.m. sharp. Meanwhile, it is time for tea and networking. So I hope all of you are enjoying your tea or coffee at your home in a safe environment. Kindly ensure, dear participants, whatever device you are connected with us through for today's event, you should be able to access the chat window on the same. The chat window is an important mechanism during this event because we shall be sharing a feedback link for your certificate of participation generation for today's session at the end of the session with all of you through the chat window. So kindly ensure whatever device you are connected with us through, you should be able to access the chat window on the same. The chat window appears as a bubble icon on your device. This event shall also be live streamed on our official YouTube channel, BVICam New Delhi. But this live streaming is only for knowledge dissemination purposes. No feedback form link shall be shared with any of our participants on the YouTube channel. So if any of your colleagues or friends plan to join this event, they are requested to join the WebEx room. The room is still open. You can request them to join the WebEx room. The video recording of all our IEEE and BVICam technical lecture series since June 2020 are available at our YouTube channel. The link for the same is shared in the chat window, and the channel is popular with the name BVICam New Delhi. I request all the participants who have not accessed this resource as yet, they can access this channel, subscribe to it, share it with your faculty and students in their WhatsApp group to subscribe to it and make maximum benefit and maximum use of this huge repository of information, knowledge on various technical subjects, various multidisciplinary domains by eminent speakers, most of them from corporates. To keep you updated regarding our future events, we have certain official WhatsApp groups also, which are being maintained by us. If you are not member of any of these WhatsApp groups, I am sharing the link for the same in the chat window. Any of you who is not a member of any of our official WhatsApp group can click on this link and join on our WhatsApp group to get information about our forthcoming events. We also host a weekly webinar series in association with IEEE. All our forthcoming webinars are listed on our website, bvicam.in. You can also register for our forthcoming webinars by registering yourself at the website. The link for the same is shared with all the participants in the chat window. So a few minutes more to go, dear participants, and we shall be beginning with today's event. It's an August occasion today because we are this year, we are hosting the 16th INDIACom 2022. It has been a long journey, which has been possible and successful with the cooperation of all of you. It is 9th International Conference on Computing for Sustainable Global Development. I thank all of you for continuously being with us and supporting us in all our endeavors.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ritika.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you. After a long time.
Yes, sir. But thank you so much, sir, for joining today.
No, it's my pleasure. I'm always with Dr. Hoda, yourself, and the Institute.
And sir, it's wonderful to have your blessings.
Thank you.
Guru sir, good evening. Professor Naik.
Nayak Saab, namaskar. Very good afternoon. How are you, sir?
Fine, sir, fine.
Great. I get so much of information and your lectures, your events. You know, you are a great person.
No, sir, it's all your blessing. It's all your blessing. And today morning also there had been one event, cybersecurity. That is why.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's right. You are doing that. Yes, certainly. Yeah, sure.
Afternoon, Doctor.
All the things are going on. It is all your blessing and everything is going well.
You are very active, Dr. Saab. Yeah, you are a wonderful person. Yes.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hayak. I am calling from Turkey, the Turkish Republic. Could you hear me?
Good evening, sir. Welcome to the session.
How nice,
Good evening,
Dr.
sir.
Rafika.
Welcome to the session.
Good evening, Professor.
Very much, Dr. Rafika.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion.
I feel the same. I would like to say the same to you. Thank you very much for your invitation for participating in this invaluable Congress. And I am very happy, utmost happy to join you. Thank you very much. Very kind of you, Dr. Refika.
Thank you so much, sir. It's always our pleasure.
Thanks
A
a lot.
very good evening and a very warm welcome to all dear panelists and participants. I, Dr. Ritika Vasan, on behalf of Bharati Vidyapeeth's Institute of Computer Applications and Management, BVI-CAM, welcome you all to this August occasion, the inauguration of 16th INDIACom 2022, the 9th International Conference on Computing for Sustainable Global Development. As per schedule, we shall start with the ceremony today at 5 p.m. sharp in a few minutes from now. I request all the attendees to kindly ensure whatever device they are connected with us through in this session today, they should be able to access the chat window on the same. The chat window is important because we shall be sharing a feedback link with all our participants on the chat window at the end of today's session. You can click on the link, fill in your details, and submit the feedback form. Within a period of 5 minutes, your certificate shall be auto-generated and delivered in your inbox. So, dear participants, kindly ensure you are able to access the chat window with whatever device you are connected with us through for today's event. This event shall also be live streamed on our official YouTube channel, BVI-CAM New Delhi. But the live streaming is only for knowledge dissemination purposes. So the feedback link shall only be shared with the participants who join this WebEx room. A very good evening to all distinguished guests and panelists. I, Dr. Ritika Vasan, on behalf of Bharati Vidyapeeth's Institute of Computer Applications and Management, BVI-CAM, welcome you all to this August occasion, the inauguration of 16th INDIACom 2022, 9th International Conference on Computing for Sustainable Global Development. As per schedule, we shall be starting with today's ceremony in a few minutes from now. I request all participants, all attendees to kindly ensure whatever device you are connected with us through for today's event, you should be able to access the chat window on the same. This chat window is an important mechanism through which we shall be communicating with you during this webinar. So any queries you have, you can keep writing on the chat window. And at the end of today's session, we shall be sharing a feedback form link for your certificate of participation generation in the chat window. So, dear participants, kindly ensure whatever device you are connected with us through for today's webinar, you are able to access the chat window on the same. I warmly welcome all panelists from India and abroad who have joined us for today's inaugural function. Thank you so much for being part of the ceremony today.
Good afternoon, Professor Prabhakar. This is Dr. Agarwal.
हेलो अग्रवाल जी।
नमस्कार प्रभाकर जी।
हेलो अग्रवाल जी।
ओ नमस्कार नमस्कार गुरु साहब, नमस्कार सर।
Good evening, sir. Garwal Sahab, good evening.
A very good evening and a very warm welcome to all distinguished panelists and guests. I, Dr. Ritika Vasan, on behalf of Bharati Vidyapeeth Institute of Computer Applications and Management, BVI-CAM, welcome you all today to this inaugural function of 16th INDIACom 2022, 9th International Conference on Computing for Sustainable Global Development. As per schedule, we are going to start with the inaugural function in a few minutes from now. I request all the participants who have joined us, kindly ensure whatever device you are connected with us through for today's function, you should be able to access the chat window on the same. The chat window is an important mechanism through which we shall be communicating with all our participants during all our online participants during this inaugural function. So any queries you have, you can keep writing on the chat window. At the end of this today's session, we shall be sharing a feedback link with all our online participants and friends to generate a certificate of participation for themselves for this session today. You just need to click on the link, fill in your details carefully without a mistake, and submit the form. As soon as you submit the form in a matter of 5 to 10 minutes, your certificate shall be emailed in your inbox. So, dear participants, kindly ensure whatever device you are connected with us through for today's session, you should be able to access the chat window on the same. A very good evening to all distinguished panelists and participants. I, Dr. Ritika Vasan, on behalf of Bharati Vidyapeeth's Institute of Computer Applications and Management, BVI-CAM, welcome you all to this August occasion, the inauguration of 16th INDIACom 2022, 9th International Conference on Computing for Sustainable Global Development. As per schedule, we shall be starting with the ceremony in a few minutes from now. Meanwhile, I'll also like to inform all our participants that this event shall also be live streamed on our official YouTube channel, BVI Cam New Delhi. But the live streaming is only for knowledge dissemination purposes. So no feedback link shall be shared with the participants who join us on our official YouTube channel to the live streaming link. The feedback link shall only be shared with the participants who shall join this WebEx room. So in case any of your friends, colleagues, etc. plan to join this August occasion today with their through the YouTube channel, they can please ask them to join through the WebEx room. I thank all distinguished panelists from India and abroad who have taken time from their busy schedules and made themselves available in this inaugural function today. Thank you so much, all dear panelists. It's wonderful to have you all today in this August gathering. Just a few more minutes to go and we shall be starting with today's session.
Success is no accident. It is hard work, perseverance, learning, studying, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you are doing or learning to do. Dignitaries, distinguished invitees, assembled delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I, Mrs. Parul Arora, on behalf of the entire BVI-CAM family, welcome you all to celebrate 16th INDIACom 2022, 9th International Conference on Computing for Sustainable Global Development, under the technical sponsorship of IEEE Delhi section. INDIACom 2022 is an initiative to bring forward prominent personalities from different walks of life, ranging from academia and research to science, in order to explore and expose new avenues in green computing solutions that support and aid sustainable global development. Believing in the vision of becoming a contemporary institute that effectively adapts and contributes effectively towards international development in the era of rapidly changing global economy and scenarios. BVI-CAM has been a proud host of INDIACom event for the past 15 years, with a clear objective to enthrall our minds with the pearl of wisdom from prominent and well-versed dignitaries and researchers with sharp-edged capabilities. Limitations live only in our minds, but if we use our imaginations and possibilities, it becomes limitless. With the mission reach horizons of technological innovations and development, INDIACom commences with a bright vision to widen the imaginations and perspectives and to prune, rehearse which should be restricted and to advance when and where it is so carved. The paramount objective is to discover new prospects by following the path aimed at computing for international development. As Abraham Hicks rightly said, a belief is only a thought you continue to think. A belief is nothing more than a chronic pattern of thought, and you have the ability, if you try even a little bit, to begin a new pattern, to tell a new story, to achieve a different vibration, to achieve your point of attraction. The essential motivation behind this conference is to provide the rightful exposure to the discoveries and work of people who have done so much hard work and dedication in achieving their goals and putting their desired efforts towards their research. The conference aims at appreciating their work and also motivating them so that they continuously work and enhance their presented work at the following year's conference. INDIACom, since its inception, is technically supported and promoted by premier professional societies across India, namely Computer Society of India, Institution of Electronics and Telecommunications, Indian Society for Technical Education, Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, All India Council for Technical Education, New Delhi, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and Council of Scientific and Research, New Delhi. The event is also promoted by Institute of Information Technology Professionals, New Delhi, and JJT University, Rajasthan. This year's conference will span over 3 years, that's from 23rd March to 25th March, combining regular paper presentations, invited talks, and special sessions. This year has been exceptional as due to COVID, our university exams were delayed, due to which we had to prepone our annual fest, that's National Students Convention, consisting of various technical and non-technical inter-college activities were commenced on 11th and 12th of March. Extremely happy to announce that NSC witnessed more than 2,000 participants across the country and made our event a huge success. Wishing all the participants of this conference and the deliberations all the success, I'll wholeheartedly welcome you all to INDIACom-2022, the 16th edition of annual series and 9th international conference on computing for sustainable global development. I now request Shri C.B. Sawant, Regional Director, Bharati Vidyapeeth Educational Complex, New Delhi, to kindly welcome our chief guest, Professor K.K. Agarwal, noted academician, Chairman, National Board of Accreditation, and Founder, Vice Chancellor, GTS IB University, New Delhi. I request Uttam sir to welcome sir with an e-bouquet. E-bouquet. We warmly welcome you, sir. I now invite Professor A.K. Saini, Conference Chair, INDIACom 2022, Vice President, Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers, New Delhi, Dean, University School of Management Studies, Director, IQAC, Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, New Delhi, to enlighten and address our audience.
Thank you, Parul. Very good evening to all of you. Respected Professor K.K. Agarwal, my mentor for the entire conference, what we call as INDIACom. I think as we all know that today we are here for the 16th edition of INDIACom. But the seed for it was sown in 2007. And it was with the blessings of our Honorable Professor K.K. Agarwal, myself, Professor Hoda, Professor Vyas, when he gave this idea that collaboration is the need of the day. And that was the day when we decided, let's try to bring in all professional societies together, university institutions, they should come together and try to create a forum where we can really bring in the different authors, including the researchers, students, industry practitioners together so that they can really share their knowledge with the society for the development of the society. That's why the theme called sustainable development. In fact, that's actually one of the major keyword in that. And this conference has been growing and evolving over this period of time from 2007. In 2014, we transformed into what's called international conference. So that was the second version of this INDIACom, which actually now what we call as it is the ninth international conference. So we have seen that over a period of time, it has grown in proportions, the quality which actually it provides in terms of the research output is commendable. In fact, when I say collaboration, even this collaboration which was anticipated and was realized, it is today, true even today. Even when you talk of the NEP, which is talking of the new education policy, it is also talking of collaborations. And this is going to happen when you talk of collaboration of different universities and institutions, which are going to share their resources, their results. The students also can shift from one institution to another institution. So that is basically what actually which was envisaged long back. And this is actually is happening today. We can see that, and it's going to happen in tomorrow when you talk of ABC kind of systems in place. It is really a proud moment for me to say that the conference actually has received huge participation, and we're going to see the release of the proceedings also of the conference, and the selected papers also moving towards a Scopus Index journal, which actually has been the offshoot of this particular initiative of Scott INDIACom, which is going to be launched to during this inaugural session itself. We must thank our contributors who are authors, participants who have joined from different parts of the world to be present, although we know there are some difference in the time zones also. So I must thank all of them also to be a part of this event, which is going to be memorable for all of us, especially because in the last 3 years we have seen the pandemic actually disturbed the whole process of conducting this kind of conference, which actually has been also a source of networking with different institutions, individuals also, so that you can really work towards more collaborative research coming up. At least after 3 years, we find that physical mode, at least we are able to have the inaugural session. But I think this hybrid conference is going to really set another benchmark for all others to follow this. So with these words, I would like to welcome all of you, all our authors, the collaborators to this conference, so that we can really come up with some outcomes which actually can be used by the society for its development. Thank you so much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your words of wisdom. I now invite Mr. R.K. Vyas, former President, Computer Society of India, to enlighten and address our audience.
Good evening, everybody. Honorable Professor K.K. Agarwal, our mentor. What should I say about him? Rather, he's the person who has led us in last 15 years for this conference, and today we are here for the 16th version of the INDIACom-2022 due to his blessings, due to his guidance, and overall maintaining things which he have guided us in these years. I thanks once again to Professor K.K. Agarwal for giving us such a mentorship. I must thank all our collaborators. As Professor Seni says, we have got a large number of collaborators, the professional societies, the universities, and other persons who are really knitted with us in past 15 years, and we are really growing the family. We started with 3-4 collaborators, and now we have, as Professor Huda will inform you, we have around 10 professional societies, universities, and various organizations who are being collaborating with this. Why it is so? Because the team INDIACom has done a very good thing in last 15 years. And today, INDIACom is the buzzword whenever we talk about conferences all over the country, not all over the country, outside the country also. And this INDIACom also has taken the shape of international conference, and today we are having the 9th international conference on global sustainable development. I must thank all the dignitaries on the dais, all the dignitaries who are connected online to us, because this conference is in hybrid mode from last 2 years because of the pandemic. And the dignitaries, the presidents of the various organizations, Professor Prabhakar, president of IET, former president of Computer Society of India, Professor Nayak is with us, Professor Subrata Chakravarti is with us, and many other dignitaries from the international universities and other places are really joining us and contributing to us for this INDIACom. They are not only contributing on inaugural day, they have been contributing on all aspects of conduction of this INDIACom, or in the past versions of the INDIACom. Also, most of them are with us. I must thank all these persons who are today connected online with us. Thank you very much. As I could hear that there is a huge participation of faculties across the country, outside the country, because now it has taken an international conference, has taken an international shape. And the contributors in the research papers has been enormously growing. And also the branding which has been done by the team INDIACom, it has been at the very international level. And now, as you know, it is an IEEE publication from last 2 years. That has also given us a very good edge. And I must tell you, the team which we have and team which is being headed locally by Professor Huda, we have not compromised of the qualities. Any quality compromise is not there in any single paper. Not only quality, और ऐसा भी नहीं होता है कि मैं प्रोफेसर हुडा से कहता हूँ कि मेरे रिसर्च स्कॉलर का पेपर है, आप जरा देख लीजिएगा, ऐसा भी यहाँ नहीं होता. So that was the reason why we are standing on the strong footing today after 15 years for this 16th year celebration of INDIACom 2006. So, and not because of contributor only, also because of the students who have been helping us in conducting this activity from last 15 years. I must thank to these students also, who has, some of them has already passed off, some has been new to us, learning the things, but the contribution from the students and the faculty members of Bharati Vidyapeeth is really enormous for conducting a smooth flow of this INDIACom conference in past 15 years. And I hope this will continue. And I hope if God allows me also, after 10 years, we'll be celebrating Silver Jubilee celebration of INDIACom in this very institution with great pomp and show. With these words, I must thank you all, and I must thank Professor Agarwal that he is gracing this occasion physically, despite of all the restrictions which we have in the country and outside. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for inspiring us always. I now invite Professor M.N. Huda, General Chair, INDIACom 2022, Director, Bharati Vidyapeeth Institute of Computer Applications and Management, INDIACom, New Delhi, and Vice Chairperson, IEEE Delhi Section, to deliver a welcome address to our audience.
Good evening to all of you. And good evening to all my international guests. Because in India it is good evening, I know. many people at good morning, many people good afternoon, and many people have expressed his regret that they will be joining tomorrow in international track. Honorable President of the function, Professor K.K. Agarwal, sir, the present Chairman, National Board of Accreditation, the founder, Vice Chancellor of Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, noted academician of the country, and for all of us and people of my generation, the mentor, the guide, a fatherly figure. He is very important to INDIACom because as my two friends, Professor Saini and Mr. Vyas has already expressed, the philosophy behind starting this INDIACom series that was given final shape, final structure when Professor K.K. Agarwal sir was the Vice Chancellor of Indraprasth University in his first tenure. He was outgoing president for Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers, IET. He was incoming president of Computer Society of India. And there itself he said that start with these two professional organizations. Indraprasth University will also be one of the sponsoring organization. So with these three banners, we started in the year 2007. That was the first year. And from there, Parul has already named all those organizations which are now part of INDIACom. We are here to witness the inauguration of 16th edition of INDIACom. My dear friends, the dignitaries who are here, two of them have already interacted with you. I have Mr. C.B. Sawant, the regional director of the campus, and I have my counterpart, Dr. Dharmendra Kumar, the principal, College of Engineering. In addition to this, from last year onwards, we all are aware that COVID-19 restrictions were imposed in a big way, and organizing any international event in a complete offline mode is not possible now. So my 18 guests, as part of inaugural dais of today's program, have joined from 7 different countries. I would like to name and acknowledge their presence. Prior to that, few guests who are also the part of inaugural dais for today's inaugural session from India, Professor Rashna Garg from Delhi Technological University, the chairperson of IEEE Delhi section is with us. Professor Subrata Mukhopadhyay, the former chairperson of IEEE Delhi section and the present chairperson of Consultants Network Affinity Group is also with us. We have honored presence of Professor Wing Commander Pradeep Prabhakarji, the present president of an Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers. To all of us, we claim as our elder brother, Professor A.K. Nayak, the former president of Computer Society of India, is present with all of us. Professor Thomas Gideon, who is joining us from Australia. He is at this moment the Optus Chair in Artificial Intelligence, Curtin University, Perth, Australia. Professor Girja Shetty, you see the different time zones, who is with full professor at Department of Information Technology and Systems at University of Canberra, Australia. Dr. Masood Mohammedian, Department of Information Technology and Systems, again from University of Canberra, is with us. Professor George Halikias from Department of Mathematics and Computer Science, University of Athens, Greece, is with us. Dr. Dimitra from a School of Mathematics, Computer Science and Engineering, City University of London, United Kingdom, is with us. Dr. Yasir, Greenwich University, London, is with us. Professor Atatun, Cyprus Science University, Turkey, and political advisor to the President of the State of the Turkey, is with us. Dr. George, last year, in fact, 3 consecutive INDIACom, he was here. Now he has moved to United Arab Emirates, so from Abu Dhabi, he is with us. Professor Nasir the Dean Faculty of Economics and Administration and Information Technology, the King Abdulaziz University, Jeddah is with us. We have official collaboration with Australian National University and the King Abdulaziz University, Jeddah. So there are many guests from these two universities. Dr. Saeed from King Abdulaziz University, Jeddah is with us. Professor Abdullah Basahel from the King Abdulaziz University, Saudi Arabia is with us. Dr. Saleh from King Abdulaziz University is with us. And finally, Professor Tariq Himdi, the Dean of Jeddah International College, Saudi Arabia is with us. All of them are our honored guests. I take this opportunity to welcome you all. In addition to this, I brought my laptop to see the names amongst the panelists, amongst the attendees. I have former President of IIT, Professor KTV Reddy with us. I have former Chairperson of IEEE Delhi section, Professor Subramaniam Krishnamurthy with us. He is India SAC Chair of IEEE at this moment. I have Professor P.S. Grover, the former Dean Computer Science, Department of Computer Science and Faculty of Mathematical Sciences, University of Delhi with us. And if I start naming, probably next 30 minutes will be naming them. So I take this opportunity to welcome you all and pay my gratitude for having accepted the invitation and being the part of witnessing this inaugural ceremony of 16th edition of INDIACom. In addition to this, again, around 300 plus authors, participants, attendees from different parts of the country and abroad. And I could not see that how many of are joining on live streaming on YouTube, because then I have to look at how many are there. So it is my proud privilege to welcome you all, my dear friends. This is a time when we are talking about 16th edition to remember where from we started and where are we. And that's how I always say that जो सफर की शुरुआत करते हैं वो मंजिल को पा ही लेते हैं. ऐसा बहुत कम देखा होगा कि लोग सफर पे निकलते हैं और आधे रास्ते से वापस आ जाते हो. जो सफर की शुरुआत करते हैं वो मंजिल तो पा ही लेते हैं, क्योंकि अच्छे मुसाफिर का तो रास्ते भी इंतजार करते हैं. The journey of last 16 years was not an easy. And all of you might have been at the age of 3, 4, 5, 6 years when we started way back in 2007 this conference. Technological situation, technological ecosystem was different. The today technological ecosystem is different. With respect to time, we tried to adapt to the changes and keep the pace with that. And as part of that pace, since last year, we are organizing this in hybrid mode. And that's how I keep saying that there is nothing constant in this world except change. All of us should accept the change. If we do not change ourselves, possibly the market forces, the competitions in and around us, or changing ecosystem, technologically changing ecosystem will change us. And that's how I say that इंसान घर बदलता है, लिबास बदलता है, रिश्ते बदलता है, दोस्त बदलता है. इंसान घर बदलता है, लिबास बदलता है, चेंज. इंसान घर बदलता है, लिबास बदलता है, रिश्ते बदलता है, दोस्त बदलता है, फिर भी परेशान क्यों रहता है? क्योंकि हम अपने आप को नहीं बदलते. And that's how a great poet Ghalib from the same land, Delhi, said that उम्र भर गालिब यही भूल करता रहा, धूल चेहरे पे थी और मैं आईना साफ करता रहा. When last year, 2020, all of you know that COVID started disrupting everything, and sir might be remembering, similar evening, you were sitting in this room and news started coming on television. Parul was busy arranging everything in auditorium for the start of the program right at 5:30, and the news started coming, this is closed, that is closed, that is closed, that is closed. Because 2-3 days prior, the news were coming, so many of the guests who were supposed to come had cancelled their flights. But we decided that let's do inauguration in offline mode, and tomorrow onwards we'll go for online mode. When I was talking that it will be an online, even IEEE and my friends at IEEE were saying, no, this will not be effective, and how we will do that, because IEEE at that moment used to emphasize 100% it has to be offline, then only you'll be submitting paper to IEEE Explore. changes have happened to that extent that now IEEE asks in the proposal itself, are you going to have it in hybrid mode or complete online mode? No complete offline they're asking now. That change has happened. So this INDIACom is also part of that change. And now this year, I will tell you what kind of collaborations we have entered now. But let me tell you a little statistics about of this INDIACom. Since it was happening in hybrid mode, we decided that at this moment, initial almost 14 editions, we were focusing on both, on quantity as well as quality. From last 2 years, we thought that because now it is a new experience for all of us, we have to control online presentations. We have to see that ultimately the quality is met. The required compliances with respect to IEEE standard is met. So we downgraded the magnitude of the conference. We received close to 1200 papers this year as well. But we didn't accept many papers. We accept only 175 papers. And out of that, 37 very chosen set of papers from premier authors and based on the quality of the papers have also been recommended to be published in the hard copy of the proceeding, which will be released now. These 175 papers which we have accepted, these papers were written by close to 350 plus authors from 26 countries. We have been chosen that now we are downgrading, so let's improvise the quality. Ensure that representation from various countries are coming. And if I start naming those 26 countries will be a huge list. Later, as part of preface, you can see that who all the country got represented as part of this. After the conference presentations in next 2 days will be over. The proceeding of these papers out of 175, which all will be presented. We do not retain papers which are not presented in the conference. Presentation is must. Yes, online presentation is permissible now. But those papers which will be presented during next 2 days under various parallel tracks will be submitted to IEEE Explore. And through IEEE Explore, the papers are indexed at Scopus, papers are indexed at Web of Science, that is ACI. Papers are indexed at DBLB, at INSPEC, and all premier abstracting and indexing agencies of the world. That's the kind of magnitude to which the conference has come back. Many people in last 6-7 years have asked me that you have kept the theme same, the name same, you are organizing conference, let's change name, let's change theme. So much so that IEEE has got a system of evaluating the proposal of the conference, and there also I kept receiving this information, this feedback that change theme, change this, change that. Many guests are common. So many of you might have written paper when many comments you receive from the reviewer, you have options either to incorporate changes or to send a rebuttal. So for such comments, I used to send rebuttal. I said, this is the beauty and maturity of the conference. We are few guests who were part of this conference since the beginning are still part of the conference. We take pride in having that. The theme which we have chosen 16 years ago are a still valid theme. And that's how we say the Gandhian philosophy is still relevant. As relevant as it was relevant maybe in early 90s, is relevant today as well. So the theme of the conference, Computing for Sustainable Global Development, is as relevant today as it was 16 years ago, and we didn't change that. And finally, IEEE committee also accepts. So coming back to this theme, all of us know that 800 million plus people in India alone and over 3 billion people globally are living in villages. Glimpses of that were quite visible when in March 2020, the lockdown was announced. We saw people moving from one place to another places. Why? Because people used to migrate from village to urban areas for the purpose of earning livelihood. And unless we take care of those people, unless we bring technology closer to them, unless we provide opportunities to those downtrodden section of the society, possibly the actual inclusive development will not be possible. And that's how I always quote the vision which our beloved late President late Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam saw, PURA, providing urban amenities in rural areas, PURA. Unless we utilize technology for that purpose, unless we bring technology closer to that, possibly the actual realization of development will not happen. Now the next question will come, that how sustainability can be brought into that. So we have to bring technology closer to that. And for that, I wanted to request to all the authors, researchers who are from different parts of the country and abroad connected to us for this inaugural session, and those who will be interacting with all of us for next 2 days, that let's ensure that our researches should go to those kind of problems which are in some or other way have become a challenge for a great nation like India, where huge diversity, huge demographic changes are there. So we need to address to those problems. That is what we need to understand, that translational research need to be implemented for those sections of the society which need more utilization of the technology for improvising their overall level of living standards. And that's how I keep on saying that with the help of innovative and cutting edge researches in computing particularly, which is our theme of the conference, we have no option but to connect the unconnected people, reach to the unreached places, and include to the not included section of the society, to serve the underserved or underprivileged section of the society as closer as possible and as better as possible. That should be our objective. When in 2007 we started, at that moment only I read, and that possibly that skill set is more valid today, that in digital age, the next generation skill set will be RISC. जो कंप्यूटर साइंस के स्टूडेंट हैं वो जानते हैं, रिड्यूस्ड इंस्ट्रक्शन सेट कंप्यूटिंग बहुत फेमस कंप्यूटिंग आर्किटेक्चर है. बट दिस रिस्क इज लिटिल डिफरेंट. दिस R stands for resiliency, I stands for innovative and inner strength, S stands for strategic thinking, and C stands for collaborative digital mindset. Had this skill set not been spoken earlier, or had this skill set not been touched upon, imagine when in March 2020 COVID-19 disrupted everything, where would have been we? Possibly this only, that resiliency, inner strength, strategic thinking, and collaborative digital mindset has helped us to reach to this level. And that's how I keep on saying that the organization of such program where huge collaborations are occurring, huge collaborations are happening, professors from different parts of the country and world are connecting, are important. And that's how 4 lines on that आशियाने से बढ़कर है फिक्रे चमन. आप कभी last week of organization of this INDIACom come to this campus, see the people who are busy till midnight in the campus preparing everything, and particularly when offline organization is happening, so they had no option but to sacrifice their personal choices and work for what they are there. So आशियाने से बढ़कर, आशियाना कहते हैं घर, अपने घर की सब चीजें, पर्सनल चॉइसेस. आशियाने से बढ़कर है फिक्रे चमन, आशियाना तो फिर बना लेंगे हम. फिक्रे चमन मीन्स अपने फेलो कलीग्स की बात कर रहे हैं, फेलो प्रोफेशनल्स की बात कर रहे हैं. सो आशियाने से बढ़कर है फिक्रे चमन, आशियाना तो फिर बना लेंगे हम. एक उम्मीद की लौ सलामत रहे, 100 दिए इस दिए से जला लेंगे हम. And I become too happy when I see people collaborating on the platform of INDIACom from different parts of the world. And that has gone to the level that this year, when I saw the proposals of special session submissions, I could see that 2-3 professors from Saudi Arabia, I told you that we have a collaboration with one of the university in Saudi Arabia, other university at Australia. The few professors from Saudi Arabia are collaborating with other set of professors from Australia, few professors from London, collaborating for submission of a special session and undertaking a collaborative research from Greece. Professors from Punjab are collaborating with professors at Turkey. Professors from Allahabad in UP are collaborating with professors in France, submitting a special session in INDIACom and showcasing their research work. That's the kind of collaboration which I've fostered. This year onwards, we have allowed, we have permitted, which I had in my mind since almost last 4 or 5 years. We had discussion with Honorable Professor K.K. Agarwal, sir. And this year we have allowed, because of hybrid mode of presentation, that complete special session for which there were authors from in and around Hyderabad. They will be organizing their presentations in a room like this at Hyderabad MVRSC College of Engineering. And authors from in and around Hyderabad will reach there the way we have gathered here. And they will be presenting paper, will be chaired by one of the professor there, and will be presided over by another professor from our institution. That is the kind of level on which we have brought to the special sessions. Another session in the same way, there are few authors who are from nearby area of Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, will be there in one of the university there, and will be chaired by one of the professor there, and will be presided over by another professor sitting here right in this hall tomorrow morning. So that's the kind of the special session level which has gone, and to that extent. This all is possible because of the technological changing paradigm. Had this technology not been to us, or probably this COVID-19 disruption would not have happened, possibly we would not have allowed this hybrid mode of conduct so early. But I look forward this disruption of COVID-19 as an opportunity, not as a challenge, not as a problem, as an opportunity to have this conference at a level where parallel sessions are being organized at such universities. And that probably we are spreading message of what the conference wanted to spread to all those countries and all those authors. In addition to this conference, friends, in the year 2009, from this institute, we talk of incubation centers, incubating many things under the mentorship of Professor K.K. Agarwal, sir. We have started journal, in the International Journal of Information Technology. And I remember for 3-4 consecutive years, sir was always gracious enough. Wherever you want to add my name, in whichever board, add it. There were many other professors who agreed. But there were many professors from many previous institutions to whom when I approached, I had a good intimacy, good connect with all of them. But they were having too much apprehension. Private college se journal aap mera naam add karna chahte. Abhi mat kijiye, please. Since last 3 years, many of those professors keep on calling me. My paper is held up in your journal since last 12 months, since last 8 months, since last 14 months. Can you help me to expedite the process? The journal has come to the level that in 2009, the journal which was started right in this institute, in 2017, Springer Nature, the world's largest publisher of scientific documents, came to me, took my appointment and came to me and said me that I have seen you are not indexed at Scopus, but I have seen your citations in Google Scholar, and if we want to take over this journal, we publish Journal of Academies, we publish Journal of many of the universities, international universities, so we have interest in this journal. It will be fulfilling the research interest, it will be fulfilling my business interest. So if you allow, we will be publishing it and will be marketing it at international level. And we took almost 3 months time to negotiate, to make them to understand that all technical rights will be with me, so much so that copyright of the papers will also remain with me. To Springer, through MOU, I will only give you a right of co-publishing this journal from Singapore, which you wanted to do. And of course, the international marketing will be with the Springer. So now that journal since 2017 is being published 6 issues a year and published from Springer Nature Singapore. And international market is for the purpose of giving subscription to the journal, to the authors, to the institutions, to the readers, to the researchers, are through Springer. And for Indian markets, the rights are exclusively with me. Springer cannot sell even a single copy of journal in India without my permission. So the moment they publish from Singapore, they send the copy to me for Indian circulations. So that level journal has reached, and 2017 onwards, it is part of Scopus. And other indexing agencies are also there, like DBLB, like NSPEC, like UGC Care. And next 3 years, we aspire to go to Web of Science. That what efforts are in that direction. And today the situation is that by the year 2020, the CITES score, which is equivalent to the impact factor, was Thomson Reuters give impact factor, and Scopus gives the CITES score. So the CITES score of the Scopus for our journal by the end of 2020 was 1.9. Now the end of 2021, that has been improved and it has become 2.5. That is the level we have come. One more activity. When COVID-19 happened, we thought that entire world is disrupted. Everyone is sleeping at home. Let's do something. And then we started receiving call, this bad news, that bad news. And then we had initial discussions and we thought that there is only one way out, that let's engage fellow professionals from different parts of the country and abroad into learning activities. If we involve them into learning activities, this will be the best possible way to mitigate, to manage with the negativity of the COVID-19, which has disrupted everything in around us. And we launched through that the FDP series and the webinar series. And since May 2020, we launched that. And by now we have conducted close to 250 plus webinar sessions, including the FDP sessions. And after 2-3 months, many comments, many feedbacks started coming to me. Sir, your webinars, your FDP sessions, your all technical sessions are very informative, very useful, but we missed this part, we missed that part, and we wanted that if you can provide us the recording of the webinar sessions. So as part of that, what we did that, we immediately accepted the feedback and we floated BVICam YouTube channel. And now in last 12 months, that YouTube channel has got close to 230 plus videos, technical videos of technical lectures of all the experts from different parts of the country and abroad. Because in case of online session, the advantage is you can always call a professor from, or maybe a practitioner from America, practitioner from Australia. So we started utilizing all those contacts which we had with international universities and the IT companies and other practicing experts from within the country and involving them for that technical lectures. And within a span of 12 months, these 230 plus videos could generate the views around 37,000 plus views on the YouTube. We aspire to reach to 1 lakh views in next 6 months. Now, NAP has been recommended. Government of India is pushing forward NAP in a big way. And one of the important recommendation of the NAP is that you cannot survive as a standalone institution. Though in the campus, we are having 3 institutions. As Bharati Vidyapeeth as a whole, in last 58 years, we have 187 institutions. You name a branch of education, we have almost those related courses available in Bharati Vidyapeeth. Within campus, we have engineering program with BVCOE, College of Engineering. We have management program, law program with our Institute of Management and Research. Computer application program was running since 2002 as MCA program under Indraprastha University at this BVICam. This year means the current academic year 2021-22, we expanded ourselves to align to what the recommendation of NAP 2020 has come up to become a multidisciplinary institution. So we expanded from computer science domain to journalism and mass communication. We have started BJMC program, the 3 years bachelor's degree program in journalism and mass communication. And under that, we now aspire to the way multiple incubated projects are working successfully. So one more incubated projects are in pipeline, which will be inaugurated today. Bharti News. Let's not bore people with some fixed agenda type of news. Let's give true news, impartial news, and exact news, more clear. न्यूज के लिए मैं हमेशा कहता हूं, when I was in my university, I was the press secretary of the Department of Computer Science of Aligarh Muslim University, and I used to say 2 पंक्तिज on what kind of news and in which way we should plan it, कि न स्याही के हैं दुश्मन, न सफेदी के हैं दोस्त. न हमें राइट की परवाह होती है, न लेफ्ट की परवाह होती है. न स्याही के हैं दुश्मन, न सफेदी के हैं दोस्त. हमें तो आईना दिखाना है, दिखा देते हैं. With this objective, Bharti News will be inaugurated today, and we want to see that at least in a year to come, or maybe 2 years down the line, this should become such a platform that if in evening, maybe at 9 p.m., you see 40 minutes of our news or maybe 30 minutes of our news, that probably will give you all important news of the country, national or international. That is our next plan. Friends, we know that we have traveled a lot. We achieved too much, but this is not the end. Why? Because this is 20th year of the institution. We started in 2002. And after traveling to all these, 16 edition of INDIACom, 14 years to International Journal, and of course, day-to-day teaching learning processes, publication of teachers that are there. But we need to understand that all these are not the end, because I personally believe that journey towards excellence is a never-ending road. And we know that we have to go a long way. And that's how I always say that we have to travel the untraveled path and beat the unbeaten benchmark. And that's how 4 years ago I said that no matter how much effort we put in, no matter what have we already achieved, no matter how much we have already learned, there's always another peak to scale, another milestone to achieve, another chapter to fill it. And so on behalf of entire organizing team of this INDIACom and entire institution, I assure you, sir, that in coming days, we'll create more innovations, we'll have more value-added programs, and will ensure that no stone is unturned in the process of adding value addition to the umbrella of Bharati Vidyapeeth. That's our commitment. And that's how we say that na thakenge, na rukenge, innovate करते रहेंगे, आगे बढ़ते रहेंगे. यही हमारा मैसेज है. क्योंकि we are passionate people, we have passion in our mind, and definition of passion, all engineering students know very well. You can go to IEEE site and see what the passion are. Many passionate projects you can see at IEEE website. But Bashir Badr की एक बड़ी गजल है, उसकी 4 पंक्तियां पैशन को डिफाइन करती हैं कि आंखों में रहा, दिल में उतर कर नहीं देखा. आंखों में रहा, ऑन द फ्लाई सिर्फ करने से काम नहीं है. अगर आपको पर्ल्स चाहिए तो समंदर की गहराई तक गोता लगाना पड़ेगा. कि आंखों में रहा, दिल में उतर कर नहीं देखा. कश्ती के मुसाफिर ने समंदर नहीं देखा. कश्ती छोटे छोटे दरियाओं में चलती है, नहर में चलती है. कश्ती के मुसाफिर ने समंदर नहीं देखा. जब से चला हूं मंजिल पे नजर है मेरी. जब से चला हूं, डेस्टिनेशन इज द ओनली ऑब्जेक्ट विच आई सी. जब से चला हूं मंजिल पे नजर है मेरी, रास्ते में कभी मील का पत्थर नहीं देखा. ये पैशनेट पीपल हैं, इसी पैशन के साथ हमें आगे बढ़ना है. जो प्रोग्राम आज इनॉग्रेट किया जा रहा, आई वुड लाइक टू रिक्वेस्ट टू ऑल participants from different parts of the world, whatever best you see in this program, the credit of that best goes to my entire team of teaching, non-teaching staff members. And wherever you feel, you realize, you find, you observe any deficiency, shortcoming, the credit or discredit to that is attributed to me directly as head of this organizing team. And with this note, that entire set of efforts which has tirelessly been done is to present this conference in seamless manner and make it as an effective learning platform is only for one purpose, that we must empower you. We must empower all youth. Whenever the teachers who will be participating next 2 days and will be going back to their classrooms and interacting with their students. So we must empower youth to ensure that they have got enough knowledge to face the challenges which will be facing in day-to-day life. And that's how the entire process is, to bring light from darkness, to bring knowledge from ignorance. And that's how the great poet has simulated this concept, that ujale apni aankhon mein mahfoos se kar lo. Keep power of knowledge as integral part of our personality. So ujale apni aankhon mein mahfoos se kar lo. Badi dur tak raat hi raat hogi. Musafir ho tum bhi, musafir hain hum bhi. Kisi mode pe phir mulaqat hogi. Thank you so much, my dear friends.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for those pearls of wisdom. INDIACom is truly honored to have Dr. Rashna Garg, Chairperson IEEE Delhi Section. Ma'am is Professor in Electrical Engineering Department of Delhi Technological University, Delhi. She has guided many research scholars and published more than 100 research papers in international, national journals and conferences. Ma'am is senior member and an active IEEE volunteer. She held many volunteer positions in IEEE. She was the WIE Vice Chair India Council, Secretary Delhi Section, Treasurer Delhi Section, PSIS Delhi Chapter, Chair WIE Delhi Section. She has won Outstanding Chapter Engineer Award from PES Delhi Chapter, Certificate for Leadership and Contribution to Art and SAC programs from Art and SAC, Certificate of Appreciation 2012-2013 from Director IEEE R10. Presently, she is the Chairperson of Delhi Section. I request Uttam sir to welcome ma'am with an e-bouquet. We would request ma'am to address the gathering with her great words. Good evening, ma'am. Am I audible? Ma'am, you are on mute.
Yeah, now
Yeah.
I had unmuted
Good
myself.
evening, ma'am.
And thank you for such a nice introduction, and also for the e-bouquet. And I welcome all the dignitaries, especially Professor K.K. Agarwal, who is the chairman of NBA and the founder, Vice Chancellor of IP University, Professor Subrata Mukhopadhyay, who is from Delhi section, chair of Consultant Network Affinity Group, and also he is the one person who knows more than anyone about the Delhi section. For any problem or for any clarification, we always goes to him. Then my other colleagues from IEEE, IT, IST, CSI, and other supporting agencies. So, good evening to you all. And also, in whatever countries you are, all the guests from different countries. So, whatever time of the day you have, so salutation as per that. Good evening, good morning, or good afternoon. So, at the outset, I would like to thank the organizers, especially Professor M.N. Hoda, for organizing this very prestigious conference every year. And as you know, this is the 16th edition of the conference. So, this in itself tells us about the huge success of this conference and how it is important to all the researchers in the India and abroad. As he had said, more than 16 countries. He has received paper from more than 23 countries for this conference. So I welcome you all to the inaugural session of this 16th edition of this conference. And as IEEE representative or chair from IEEE Delhi section, we are honored to be associated with this conference. And I think for past many years, we are always associated with this conference. Now, let me tell you a bit about Delhi section. The IEEE Delhi section is one of the 13 sections in India, and it comes under the region 10, which is the Asia Pacific region of IEEE. IEEE Delhi section has got a membership of more than 5,500. It is near about 6,000 members in Delhi section, which covers the 4 states of Rajasthan, Haryana, Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, and covers the National Capital Territory of Delhi, Union Territories of Chandigarh, Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakh. So, as you can see, the IEEE Delhi section covers a large area in the northern region of the country. And the section was started in 1976, and as I told you, it boasts of around 6,000 members this time. The Delhi section has got 2 subsections, one at Rajasthan and another at Chandigarh, and about 22 technical society or council chapters, which includes the Computer Society chapter, Power and Energy Society chapter, and so on and so forth. And it also has 4 affinity groups like Women in Engineering, Consultant Networks, Young Professionals, and so on. So we have 4 affinity groups and 22 society chapters and 2 subsections. Also, Delhi section has got about 100 plus student branches, although not all these student branches are very active, but most of them are quite active and are contributing in their own way. Delhi section organizes its activities alone, that is only IEEE, where only IEEE is involved, or it also organizes its activities along with sister societies like IEE, IEEE, etc. Just like this conference here, we are the technical supporters and we are the technical sponsors. IEEE is the Delhi section is the technical sponsor of this conference. Along with this, this conference is supported by other societies also like IIT, IE India, etc. So this collaborative effect, it increases the reach of all the societies because then it goes to the membership of all the societies and therefore the reach of the program automatically increases. Delhi section is very particular about the conferences to which it gives its sponsorship, whether it is technical or financial sponsorship, because the quality of the conference is paramount for Delhi section, and we have SOPs which are designed for approving a conference to be sponsored by Delhi section. Professor Subrata Mukhopadhyay is the chair of that standing committee, and he is doing a really great job in selecting the conferences or in approving the conferences which have the great potential and which are sticking to the norms and which are fulfilling the quality criteria as laid down by the IEEE itself. So, with these few words, I know Professor M.N. Hoda has explained in great details about the conference and the journey that the conference has from its first edition to 16th edition, and now the journal which has been started by the Bharati Vidyapeeth. So, uh, and I think it tells us a lot about the conference and how this conference has evolved. So, without much ado, I would like to thank you all, especially the participants and the researchers who had communicated their paper, who are presenting their paper in this conference, all the guests who had spared their valuable time to attend this inaugural ceremony, and the organizing team of this conference for organizing the event in such a great way and having a great conference. So, with this word, I thank you all. Thank you. Hello.
We are honored to have you, ma'am.
Thank you. I think in between I had lost the communication. So thanks for this e-certificate and my best wishes for the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
INDIACom is truly honored to have amongst us Professor Subrato Mukhopadhyay, Chairperson, Consultants Network Affinity Group, and former Chairperson IEEE Delhi Section. I request Uttam sir to welcome sir with an e-bouquet. Good evening, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir. I request sir to address the gathering with his great words.
Good evening, afternoon, morning, depending upon wherever you are around the world, to dignitaries present in the panel and the participants in general to the 2022 16th INDIACom and 2022 9th International Conference on Computing for Sustainable Global Development, being held for 3 days from 23rd today to 25th March 2022 at Bharati Vidyapeeth, New Delhi, with IEEE Delhi section as its technical sponsor, as approved for IEEE conference number 54597. I go methodically and to the point. It is indeed a great pleasure to be amidst you all for the inauguration of 2022 edition of INDIACom, which is the second conference under the sponsorship of IEEE Delhi section this year. First one being 2022 IEEE Delcon under the ownership of the section itself. In fact, it just started this year only with its maiden edition held from 11th to 13th February of 2022 as organized by Netaji Subhas University of Technology, where I am in fact attached now, or in short NSUT of Government of National Capital Territory of Delhi. In organizing that conference too, invaluable support rendered by Bharati Vidyapeeth Institute of Computer and Management, or in short BBICAM, is admitted wholeheartedly. On one hand, while the conference INDIACom deals with computing for sustainable global development, it is also a fact that over the years it has sustained to on annual basis, which so many conferences has come and gone, maybe with a modified name or some other way it has come, but this type of sustenance we have not seen other than this, at least for my tenure, almost starting from somewhere in 95 to continue till now at the helm of affairs of organizing or arranging the conferences within IEEE Delhi section jurisdiction, which consists of now 4 union territories and 4 states of Union of India. So for this effort, whatever is there, and contribution of our section vice chairperson, Professor Muhammad Nurul Hoda, director BBICAM, is highly commendable. For the last few years, it is under the fold of IEEE Delhi section. I can say IEEE Delhi section 2. For this, both IEEE and BBICAM have been benefited. In the journey of so many years, there has been ups and downs, as inevitable since it is on yearly basis, with practically lead time of 9 months, so to say. Whereas IEEE says, prefers it is 2.5 and all these things, years in terms of that one, if it is a good conference to be organized. Anyway, there are some conferences of the society level, mostly operated from United States of America or to some extent from Europe. Europe also it is almost once in 2 years, but other places from USA mostly annually the societies are doing. So it is definitely something highly recommended, highly appreciated, the endeavor by Professor Muhammad Hoda and his team. However, all the time with the team led by Professor Hoda, it has come out successfully. With the conference papers going to IEEE Explore timely, it has come out as a regular feature. It has established its footprint strongly as an IEEE registered conference, not only in India, but also abroad. That's why a good number of papers as well as participants show their presence in the conference. This time also it is not an exception. From IEEE Delhi section, we make all the effort to scrutinize the conference proposal every time when it is submitted and provide invaluable suggestions further to improve upon the quality of conference to follow as an ideal one. Accordingly, for and on behalf of the section as chairperson of its standing committee on technical and professional activities conferences, I take the opportunity to give a call to submit proposal of conferences. You may say selfish, but it is for the IEEE Delhi section. I have no other alternative but to disclose under IEEE banner to the section with adequate lead time to organize the conference. Typically, we expect and accept for 12 to 18 months for a new conference to start with, while for a serial conference, as I have already mentioned, which has already 3 editions or so earlier, under IEEE or any other professional renowned body or institute, lead time could be reduced to 9 to 12 months. We accept it. All these limits have been kept with a view to have quality papers, good participation from India and abroad in different areas of specialization, coming under the umbrella of 39 societies and 7 technical councils of IEEE. And with the appropriate theme, of course, Professor Hoda has clarified about the theme, so I don't want to go into argument on this issue, but whenever a new one is there, definitely we'll be very much inclined to see the theme and of the conference and focusing on the topics of current interest. That is very much important so that it stands in good state. That is the major issue on it. With these words, let me stop here for further proceedings to continue, because I could see impatience in the chat box also to some extent. So other people are also there, dignitaries, to express their views about the conference and otherwise. So thank you all again, participants, enjoy your stay, or wherever you are there, participate in this conference. With these words, I humbly stop over here. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing and enlightening us with your words. I now request Uttam sir to present the e-certificate. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your best wishes. I now request sir to present the e-memento as a token of appreciation from BVICAM. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
BVICAM is truly honored to have Professor Wing Commander Pradeep Prabhakar, President, the Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers, IETE, New Delhi. I request Uttam sir to welcome sir with an e-bouquet.
Thank you and good evening. I hope I am audible.
Sir is not audible. Sir, am I audible?
Thank you. This is Honorable Professor K.K. Agarwal, the Chairman, National Board of Accreditation, past President IET, past President CSI, and our great mentor to most of us, and very, very close association with him. And Professor M.N. Huda, which is closely associated in IET, and knowing he's a good researcher, good participant, always a good organizer. And same is Dr. Sani, Vice President IET, as well as Dean Research in the University of Indraprastha University. R.K. Vyasji, Dr. S.S. Agarwal, and then a large number of collaborators and from the various professional bodies and other institutions and universities, other dignitaries, Dr. Rashna, Garg, Chair IIT Delhi section, same as Dr. Subrata Mukherjee, other researchers, academicians from the various universities from all over the world, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear students. A very warm good evening or morning, depending upon the time zone we all are attached. It is a great honor for me, as a president of IEG, to join this function. This is a very, very great function which I am listening to the Dr. Hoda. By the way, I joined for the first time. It is a really very enthralling, and seeing that the progress which has done for so many years, and how it is progressed, and it has come to the ways explained, the publication, and then real achievement, I must say. This is what was need of the hour. And secondly, the part which has happened because of COVID, things have, I say it in spite of the difficult times we all had, but the quality of webinars and these kind of hybrid functions have improved. This is what we have seen in IET, various programs. The large number of people from all over the world can join with the ICT technologies. On these technologies, our mentor, great mentor, Professor K.K. Agarwal, will know that we have been deliberating on these kind of technologies for a very, very long time. And it gives a satisfaction as from the teaching community that these have proved time of test, and practically like the various aspects Professor Huda has already touched upon, but what we are for the sustainable growth, this is digital technologies which are emerging now, which are practically we are talking these on the digital universities. So online platforms which are emerging now, already we have seen that education, whether it is a school, colleges, or the universities, has become online, and it has enabled the education to continue. Other day, one of the seminar, the director of IIT Delhi, the past director, V. Gopala Rao, he was mentioning that the MTech program, one program of MTech, they could do it online. It has gone into that kind. Of course, definitely the practical aspect has suffered, but they had some contact program available so that they can go on through that kind of system. So this is like the motto of IT, reaching the unreached and how to bridge the digital divide. So these are the for the masses to have that kind of everyone is the growth is taken care of for the global development is the right kind of a thinking and the right kind of approach. I must commend the organizers today to have a theme of this sustainable growth and for the development of the whole world. So I must congratulate and definitely I, as a organization, IT, whatever the help is required, you all are there for this kind of a collaborative arrangements, and whenever the time is there, we are there. With these few words, I wish of this conference a great success. Let us have a good deliberation, good discussions, and good research papers, which are will be very good for the young generations to time to come. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good day.
Thank you, sir, for inspiring us. I now request Uttam, sir, to present the e-certificate. Thank you, sir. I request, sir, to present the e-memento as a token of appreciation.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Moving on, INDIACom family feels truly honored to have Professor A.K. Nayak, former President, Computer Society of India. He is having more than 36 years of experience in teaching, training, research, and administration in the field of computer science, information technology, and management. Sir has held numerous positions: President of Information and Communication Science and Technology, National Chairman, Data Security Application, 4 times member of Nomination Committee and National Chairman Nomination Committee of Computer Society of India. He is Fellow of Computer Society of India, Fellow of International Society of Research and Development, UK, Fellow of United Writers Association, Fellow of National Association of Computer Educators and Trainers. He is at present life member of more than 22 professional and technological societies. I request Uttam sir to welcome sir with an e-bouquet. I request sir to impart the gathering with his great words. Sir, you're not audible. Sir, you are on mute.
Now I'm audible for us.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Parul ma'am, for giving a very nice and brief introduction about me. Very good evening, good morning, and good afternoon to all of you as per your location. And the respected dignitaries, once again, I congratulate you as well as the participants for participating in this great international conference. The honorable chief guest of this occasion, our mentor, our guide, and a father-like personality, the former president of Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineer, the former president of Computer Society of India, the founder vice chancellor of Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, and presently the chairman of the National Board of Accreditation, Government of India, a man of international stature, a great visionary and great academician, Honorable Dr. K.K. Agrawal Sahib, the very dynamic and vibrant organizer rather than backbone of this INDIACom, which is observing the 16th edition and 9th International Conference on Computing for Sustainable Global Development, Dr. M.N. Hoda, my beloved younger brother, Dr. A.K. Saini, Dr. R.K. Vyas, whom I consider my beloved younger brother, and Honorable Prabhakarji, the President of IET, Rashna ma'am, the Honorable Chairperson of the IEEE Delhi session, and Mukherjee Sahib, and other dignitaries, and two of my mentors who are present here, Dr. S.S. Agrawal and Dr. P.S. Grover, and all the invited guests from the different countries, I think covering more than 7 to 8 countries, and all the dignitaries who are participating in this inaugural session, and all the research scholars, professors, faculty members of the different organizations, industry professional, and the dearest and nearest student community. Very good evening to all of you in Indian time. And really, I am very much proud enough, and I feel myself elevated and excited being a part of the 16th edition of INDIACom and 9th International Conference. And I am a very regular participant of this event. It is due to my special affinity to my most beloved younger brother, Professor M.N. Hoda. And there is something sustainable. There is something sustainable so far as this conference is concerned. As Professor Hoda has told, it is not only the computing for sustainable development, global development, and which is the theme for last 16 years, and very relevant for every year, whether the years are being changing and we are coming new year, and whatever thing may be. But with that, if you see the nature and structure of the inaugural function and participation of the guests, it is also sustainable. It is always being, this conference is always being guided by the able guidance of our mentor and our guardian, Dr. K.K. Agrawal Sahib. And I have seen that this conference cannot take a very effective step without the presiding over by him. So I can only compliment you, sir. ना सूरज का बिना सुबह होता है, ना चांद का बिना रात होता है, ना बादल का बिना बरसात होता है, ना अग्रवाल सर का बिना इंडियाकॉम में रौनक आता है. This is my compliment, and what to my younger brother, Dr. M.N. Hoda Sahib, and who is really a great personality, and of organizing a conference of such magnitude, and gathering of so many peoples, and the registration of more than 2,000 delegates, and gathering of so many papers. In 1 year, we have seen there are more than 3,600 papers, research papers have been submitted. So that we can tell one thing, I can just compliment to my beloved younger brother M.N. Hoda. ना आप न होते, अगर आप न होते, ये इंडियाकॉम न होता हमारा, ये इंडियाकॉम का फूल है हम, आप तो माली है हमारा. So this is the shape of INDIACom and its great contribution. And so far as the theme is concerned, the computing for sustainable global development, and which is the relevance for every year. And every year, what he has told, Dr. Hoda has told, the changes are very obvious to this technology. Changes are very obvious to the computing and environment and computing technology. And the changes are so frequent, even if we denote the changes as the constant, we can take the changes as the constant to this technology. There is changes. And in morning, I have been in a webinar organized by the AICT, that is the understanding of cybersecurity. You see, due to the wide applicability of this technology, ICT, and particularly this pandemic period which we have surpassed, it has compelled us to have the vigorous utilization of this ICT technology. Now, there are also a lot of threats, so far as the cyber threats are concerned, the cyber security is concerned. As I learned that in India, you see what is a particular country, what is the global parameter you can say. In 2017, there are the cases of 12,153 cyber threats. And in 2020, it became 50,053 cyber threats, 4 times in 4 years. And in pandemic period particularly, 12% of the cyber threat has been increased. And why I am talking all these things? When these kinds of paradigm time is there, when these kinds of wide applicability of the computing technologies are being taken happen, and when we are having the ambition of taking the ICT application to the remotest corner of the country as well as the remotest corner of the globe in general, in that aspect, definitely to maintain the sustainability is a very big challenge. Not only the sustainability of this ICT application or computing field, in every case, the sustainability will having an interlink with the one technology to another technology also. So in that respect, whether you think for the education 4.0 or the industry 4.0 or the vigorous application, e-governance application, in particularly in a country like India under the dynamic leadership of our beloved Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, we have the target of the making the full digitally literate of the citizens, and we are having the target of the providing the e-services to at every corner of the country to each citizen of the country under the fifth pillar of the digital India, that is the e-Kranti. And you imagine when this kinds of thing will happen, a country like India, where 69% of the people are living in the rural area and 31% of the people are living in the urban area, and we will have to reach at every place, and the wide applicability of the ICT technology will be there. So definitely under that case, when we take the technology to the remotest part of the country, the sustainability will be definitely a big challenge. And I do think these kinds of conferences and seminars, what Dr. Hoda is organizing, actually the real platform to discuss upon this, all these things and all these challenges and how that can be addressed. That is the great concern of these kinds of the conferences and these kinds of the international conferences. And you see a country where we have kept the target, this is a country where you imagine that is a country where the 250 lakhs gram panchayats are there and more than 6,60,000 villages are there. And we need the digital connectivity if you want to make the Digital India project quite successful. And under that project, of course, we are having the connectivity to 250 lakhs of the gram panchayats, and more than 1 lakhs of the villages have been also connected on the under the broadband connectivity. But the thing is that not only that, when the things will be completely taken and computing will having the wider applications, and this the services of this technology will be reaching at the remotest and part of the country as well as the remotest part of the globe. Lot of things will be, challenges will be there so far the sustainability is concerned. And today you see the case what I am telling, and when more than 2 billion of the people are hitting the Facebook every day, and 3 trillion of the people having the Google search in every year, and if you consider that if you world is having the 7.7 billion of the population and more than 7 billions of the internet and the mobile connectivity there, and more than 404 billions of the internet communications connections are there, and particularly a country where 1.35 billions of the people and having 1.25 billions of the internet connection and having more than around 80 lakhs of the smartphone as well as the internet connections are there, users are there. In that case, as much as the application is getting wider, the sustainability and the quantum of sustainability, the magnitude of the sustainability will be definitely a great matter. And to this, my view, and for addressing the challenges what we will be facing in a cyber world, living in a cyber world, living in a ICT era. So definitely these kinds of conferences and seminar, international conference, where the experts from the international forum, and as you have seen, and so many galaxies are there, so many dignitaries are there. I was just observing that the invitation card are having 18 guest of honor, out of which 17 guest of honor have been from abroad, different countries of the world. And perhaps I was the only, I'm having the only one name who is from India. And imagine where this is such a bigger platform and which is flourishing day to day and getting a wider domain and attracting more and more people and pulling more and more authors towards the paper submission. So definitely it is the right platform to deliberate upon in these 3 days regarding the varieties of issues and challenges so far as the sustainability is concerned to the computing, and definitely the intelligent and the learning experts and the learning invited speakers and the learning contributors will definitely will be coming to some conclusion and having some findings and which can be recommended and which can be adopted also. As my beloved younger brother had told that there is a big dream where this INDIACom will go in future. You cannot tell. He had told that INDIACom definitely will achieve the destination with a more bigger way in the future days come. And I do think it might be one of the biggest platform of the interpersonal of the ICT professionals and the researchers and all the dignitaries and get. This will, I may hope that will definitely, it will one day, it will come to the highest step in the globe. And today it is not that. I do not think in India, any conference or any international conference is organized in such a magnitude. I'm very much proud enough to become a part of this esteemed international conference as well as the INDIACom since its inception. And I do believe my younger brother had told that definitely the great destination of this INDIACom will be achieved, and the मंजिल वो तो अचीव होगा ही. मंजिल दूर हो सकता, पथ कठिन हो सकता, रास्ता दुर्गम हो सकता, लेकिन डॉक्टर खुदा का जो लक्ष्य है वो अभेद्य है, and definitely he will be reaching at this destination. There is no doubt. And what he had told, ना और बोले थे ना मैं रोकूंगा ना मैं थकूंगा, ना मैं रुकेगा ना मैं थकूंगा. Rather हम और एक टर्मिनोलॉजी ऐड करते हैं ना. Professor Hoda will stop. Hoda term में ना वो रुकेगा ना वो थकेगा ना वो झुकेगा. So this INDIACom definitely one day will achieve the scale of height, and definitely this will be able to pick up the daffodils from the paradise of its greatest height, greater height. So with these words, once again, I must have to request all the young participants who are present here, that is particularly the student community, during these 3 days of the deliberation, what knowledge you will be getting, that you will have to make it utilized. As I remember one pankti from Bhagavad Gita, it has been mentioned that Tattva charati shrestha tattva itare jana sajat praman kurute jana tadanuvartate. अर्थात जो महत्जन जो विद्वत्जन बोलते हैं, हम आप इसको अनुसरण करते हैं. यहाँ बहुत विद्वत्जन का समावेश है. वो जो बोलेंगे आप इसको अनुसरण कीजिए, आप इसको लाइव प्रैक्टिस में लाइए, वही मार्ग पर चलिए, and one day definitely you will be also achieve the success, and you will be able and capable to pick up the daffodils from the paradise of your future professional life. With this word, I want to conclude my speech. Namaskar to everybody, and have a very fruitful INDIACom and International Conference and fruitful deliberation in the 3 days ahead. Thank you very much. Namaskar to everybody.
Thank you, sir, for your blessings and your views on ICT and its inception. I now request Uttam, sir, to present the e-certificate. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I now request, sir, to present e-memento as a token of appreciation from BVICam.
I accept it gracefully with
Thank
great
you, sir.
honor. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
BVICam is honored to have amongst us Professor Girija Shetty, Department of Information Technology and Systems, University of Canberra, Australia. Ma'am has more than 35 years of experience in industry, research and teaching from universities and research and development organizations in India and Australia. She has held several leadership positions, including head of software engineering and program director for several information technology and engineering courses. Currently, she's an associate professor in School of Information Technology and Systems and doctoral program convener at University of Canberra, Australia. Ma'am has several visiting and honorary positions in Australia. She has published extensively more than 200 fully fleshed referred publications in several invited book chapters, edited books, high quality conference and journal, and she's in editorial boards, technical review committees, and regular review for several high quality international conferences and journal. Ma'am is highly interested in seeking wide and interdisciplinary collaborations worldwide. I request Uttam sir to welcome ma'am with an e-bouquet. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
I request ma'am to impart the gathering with her great words.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good evening from Australia. I hope you're all having a great time there. So I'm really honored for being able to have this opportunity to talk to this august audience on the occasion of the 16th edition of INDIACom 2022 inauguration. I'm very delighted to have the opportunity to meet and watch the talented gathering of eminent dignitaries, researchers, and students. I'm sure this is such a fantastic day, and I particularly congratulate the INDIACom conference executive and the conference organizing team and a large set of participants for continuous sustained contributions to overall scientific community and for organizing such an outstanding conference successfully year after year for last several years. I think more than 15 years I have been knowing that this conference is in there, and on and off I'm always had a pleasure to attach and associate myself with this conference. The conference indeed focuses rightfully on some of the key issues that is affecting our lives and community as such, and runs very interesting tracks in terms of sustainable computing, high performance computing, high speed networking and information security, software engineering and emerging technologies, and information engineering and management. They're all very exciting. I'm very passionate about each of this topic and always love to be part of anything in terms of technical aspects of these. So I feel that I'll be truly blessed and enriched with knowledge by participating in this conference, and in any way I can, and I'll be actually future-proof myself with the knowledge, the new emerging trends and technologies that's going to be coming out of this conference in terms of different papers and contributions. So it is going to be immensely transformative and translational, the power of the INDIACom conference, and it has maintained its standards significantly high consistently. So thank you and best wishes for a great conference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for this. Thank you, ma'am, for the inspiring speech. I now request Uttam sir to present the e-certificate. Thank you, ma'am. And I request sir to present e-memento as a token of appreciation from BVI-CAM.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We are proud to have amongst us Dr. Yasir Addis, Greenwich University, London, for an invited talk. Sir is an independent consultant based in Melbourne, Australia. He studied computer science at the Australian National University and Information Systems at the London School of Economics and University of Reading in the UK. He designed the Australian Custom Intelligence System in mid-1980s and led the integration of Australian Custom Enterprise Model, the blueprint of the largest information system project in Australia at the time. Over the past 3 decades, he refined and tested the semantic normal form, a theory discovered by Professor Stamper that addresses the key issues of business, software agility, and stability. Dr. Addis conducted the most severe test of the theory in actual projects in industry, and he project managed. Sir also taught the theory as a foundation of the Advanced Master in Business Analytic and Project Management at the University of Greenwich in UK. We warmly welcome you, sir. I request Uttam sir to welcome sir with an e-bouquet. I request sir to impart the gathering with his great words.
Thank you. In a previous session, I explored what sustainability meant in terms of software for information systems, systems that support organizational and inter-organizational communication. And at that time, I defined sustainability in terms of avoiding project failure and reducing maintenance costs or building more flexible software. We looked at the causes of the massive failure rate in large information system projects, and we looked at solutions in terms of attention to semantics to address the key issue of flexibility or stability, or what Professor Hodder calls resilience, the capacity to evolve without changing, to evolve to take into account changes in the environment. What I want to do today is focus on understanding of sustainability that avoids a sub-optimization trap, a trap that an incorrect understanding of sustainability can lead to catastrophe. Now, software is often, if not predominantly, a subsystem of a larger system, and we need to assess the bigger system to determine if our software is contributing to sustainability or damaging sustainability. The Australian government, in pursuit of achieving its international obligations on sustainability, is funding a high-tech project to produce ammonia with a zero carbon dioxide footprint. Ammonia is a critically component to corporate agriculture. It's critically important in corporate agriculture, but it requires a lot of energy to produce. So they're looking at innovative ways to produce it using hydrogen, i.e. with a zero carbon footprint. Now that sounds like an archetype sustainability project, but in reality, it's the exact opposite. The problem of corporate agriculture is that it's gradually destroying the soil with the use of ammonia. So ammonia is the problem. If we continue to use ammonia, we continue to need more ammonia year after year. And as a result, we're destroying the soil. So the solution isn't the production of more ammonia more cheaply or with a zero carbon footprint. The solution is to rebuild the life in soils. And so that's an example of of a sub-optimization, where you're sub-optimizing something at the cost of something, at the cost of which is more serious. We can see that in other areas as well, particularly when a country goes towards the production of a monoculture. We have in Egypt the production of cotton. Ukraine produces wheat. If there's a disruption in the wheat supply, then Egypt can't eat its cotton. It has problems getting wheat. Okay, so diversity is a critically important part of sustainability as well. Okay, anyhow, the key thing that I want to bring to the attention of the gathering is that we need to be careful when we build our software. We need to look at the bigger picture and look at how the bigger system, whether it is in fact contributing to sustainability or doing the opposite. If we continue to produce more ammonia every year to get the same yield, eventually we destroy the soil and you end up with a much more serious problem. It's much the same as the problems that many third world countries have, or even first world countries have with loans. The solution to not being able to pay their loans, the IMF will tell you, oh, we'll just take some more loans. You can't solve the problem of too much loans, too much debt, by just going into greater debt. Eventually, it doesn't end well. And the same thing with the with this ammonia thing. Okay, so we need, when we look at software, we need to look at the bigger picture and make sure that we're not falling in the sub-optimization trap. I'll finish there and thank you.
Thank you, sir, to impart the gathering with your great words. I now request Uttam, sir, to present the e-certificate.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for your pearls of wisdom. I request, sir, to present e-memento as a token of appreciation from BVICAM.
Thank you again.
Thank you, sir, for such humble and inspiring words. We feel highly obliged to have amongst us Professor Tariq Himdi, Dean Jeddah International College, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Sir has obtained his PhD from George Mason University in Computer Science in 1998 and has obtained an MS in Computer Science from the George Washington University and his BS in Computer Science from the University of San Diego. Sir has served as the Dean of Information Technology Deanship as well as the Dean of the Distance Learning of King Abdulaziz University. Sir has also held the position of Vice President of Information Technology at Saudi General Authority of Civil Aviation for 5 years and the IT General Director at Bin Laden Holding Group. We warmly welcome you, sir, and request you to address this session. I request Uttam, sir, to welcome sir with an e-bouquet.
So much.
We welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to thank you for having me here today. Hello, everybody. I would like to thank you, Prof. Huda and all the team for organizing this 2022 conference. It's really my pleasure to be here with you today. And I appreciate your gratitude for having me here today as a guest of honor. I really appreciate it. What I'm going to talk about today is JIC, Jeddah International College. We are a small school in higher education. We teach in bachelor and master degrees in computer science, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, networking, as well as other majors in like business administration and industrial engineering, and also interior design and graphic design. My talk today, I will make it very brief. I would like just to share with you our experience with our students in using social media applications for learning and for education using the artificial intelligence. We use the WhatsApp application as a social media with our students in the business account for GIC, where a student can log in using his WhatsApp account, and from there he can go to specific topics, for example in artificial intelligence, and choose the chapter that he would like to read more about it. And in these chapters, we made the sections in each chapter. It has very small details about the information that he needs to know, which we call it education nuggets. Okay, so it's like a small piece of information that a student he would like to know about it instead of reading the whole chapter. This will summarize for a student the information or the knowledge and the skills that he would like to know about it using the social media. This is one of the experience, or this is one of the projects that our students they performed using artificial intelligence as a major, okay, for them as projects. And we start to embed it and enables this application for social media more and more with our students and with the other courses, okay, and programs in computer science as well as in other majors. This is one of the major projects that I would like to share it with you in providing and using artificial intelligence in social media for learning and education purposes. There are some other projects that we also participate with our students during the defense exhibition in Riyadh, which is now Saudi Arabia is focusing more and more about these two majors, cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. And our students, they also submitted some of their projects over there, which shows highly equivalent and highly participation in this exhibition. Thank you so much. This is briefly what I would like to share with you for social applications in education. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such humble and inspiring words. And I request Uttam, sir, to present the e-certificate.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I request, sir, to present the e-memento as a token of appreciation from BVI-CAM.
Thank you so much. I'm very honored. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving forward, we have amongst us Professor George Halkias, University of Athens, Athens, Greece. Sir has completed engineering science degree from Oxford University and PhD in electronic and electrical engineering with specialization in control system from Imperial College London. He is currently a professor of control systems at the City University London. He has worked at the Imperial College as well as the University of Leeds, United Kingdom. His main research interests are in S-system theory, robust and optimal control, cooperative control over networks, AI, and control applications in physical, economic, and energy system. His research has been supported by European Union, the Engineering and Physical Sciences Research Council, the Department of Trade and Industry, and private industry. He is Fellow of Institute of Mathematics and its Application, member of Executive Committee of the UK Automatic Control Council, and Associate Editor of IMA Journal of Mathematical Control and Information. We warmly welcome you, sir. I request Uttam, sir, to welcome sir with an e-bouquet.
Thank you very much.
I request sir to address the session.
Thank you. Thanks very much. You can all hear me, yes? Okay. Thank you again for your kind words. And my greetings from Athens, Greece. And my best wishes to Professor Hoda, to all organizers and participants, and to all colleagues and friends. I'm highly honored to be invited to INDIACom-2022 and to be associated with this prestigious conference. And please allow me to say very few words on the topic of energy sustainability, especially in relation to the work of the Research Center of Autonomous Systems at City University. Sustainable development is typically defined as the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And the definition, of course, suggests that we need to balance present consumption of natural resources against those of future generations. This means that we have to sacrifice something today for the benefits of tomorrow. From a technical point of view, this is very common to the idea behind dynamic optimization, which is optimization over time, with many classical results from the fields of optimization, dynamic programming, control, and so on and so forth. So the main idea is a balance between present and the future. I will say very few words about my own background and research interests. This year, after almost 30 years in the United Kingdom, I moved from City, University of London, to the University of Athens in Greece. I'm an electrical engineer by training, and my main research is in the areas of robust and optimal control, risk, and energy sustainability. And here, in robust control, the term robust refers to the fact that we should take seriously the effects of uncertainty arising either in the mathematical model we use, either from the perception of reality that comes from our measurements, and from possibly unpredictable exogenous signals, which are sometimes called disturbances, external disturbances in the control engineering literature. And how all these types of uncertainty affect the evolution of a process over time. Now, if we concentrate to climate change as the main challenge of sustainability today, the targets are challenging, are fairly challenging. The overall target is climate neutrality by 2050, via intermediate targets of 40% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from the 1990 levels, a minimum share of 32% for renewable energy, and at least 32.5% improvements in energy efficiency. Achieving all these targets is ambitious and requires increased penetration of renewables in the energy mix and the development of new energy efficient infrastructures. Of course, as recent events indicate, the planned transition to neutrality is not a linear process and can be severely affected by global economic and political events, like the current war in Ukraine. Sustainability policies to achieve climate neutrality by 2050 can only succeed if new technologies emerge, supported by a wide range of computing and IT applications. I have classified them in the following three categories. The first category involves development of modeling and simulation tools, which are capable to handle complex information. This necessitates the use of tools from artificial intelligence and machine learning, big data analytics, data mining, and other similar methods, like neural networks, deep learning, and so on. All these methods represent recent advances in information sciences and require well-designed software platforms for their practical implementation. Let me say very few words on some of the modeling work that we carried out in the City Group, in the group at City University. This includes the development of a multi-period energy mix optimization model with terminal constraints set to the 2050 net zero emission targets. In this approach, energy planning is formulated as a portfolio investment optimization problem under constraints of cost and risk. Risk may be either economic or financial in nature. For example, it can represent uncertain future costs of renewable technology, or another source is that it could also arise, for example, from over-reliance on a specific energy source or on a particular technology. Our approach in the work at City University is based on the formulation and solution of a dynamic programming optimization problem over time. An advantage of this approach is that it allows corrective action to be taken if intermediate targets are not met, for example, due to unexpected economic or political events. The work is motivated by model predictive control and is capable to self-adapt the optimal policies in real time as uncertainty is progressively revealed. And the approach is inspired by portfolio rebalancing in financial engineering. Okay, let me move on to the second area of application, which involves designed for energy efficiency, and this typically requires the extensive use of embedded sensors and the application of advanced information and communication technologies. The work at Citigroup has been has concentrated in this area through two European EU-funded projects in district heating and cooling. Now, this type of systems distribute heat which is generated at a centralized location, for example, a cogeneration plant, to residential and commercial buildings in a neighborhood through a network of insulated pipes. In the new generation district heating systems, which are currently planned, are currently under investigation, information technology will be of vital importance. Their operation will rely on a central energy management system supported by advanced algorithms which forecast future energy demands and optimize heat production. A final category of applications is the smart grid and smart technologies. The smart grids are complex cyber-physical systems that rely on intelligent monitoring, control, and communication technologies. IT applications in this area include smart metering, data modeling, sensor fusion, big data analytics, security and privacy, blockchain and energy trading, and many others. Being online, a smart grid is vulnerable to cyber attacks and needs to be protected by cybersecurity software, which adds another layer of complexity to applications. Let me conclude by saying that computing and information technology are indispensable to the success of energy sustainability policies. And apart from the technical solution that they provide, they also demonstrate to people that there are alternatives to the present development model, which are both feasible and practical. Okay, that's all I have to say. I try to make it a short introduction. Thank you again very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to a successful and productive INDIACom-2022 conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for inspiring and humble words. I now request Uttam, sir, to present the e-certificate.
Thank you very much. Really
Thank
honored.
you, sir. I request, sir, to present e-memento as a token of appreciation from BVI-CAM.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your inspiring words, sir.
Thanks. Thank you again.
Moving on, we are highly honored to have amongst us Professor Thomas Tom Gedden, Optus Chair in Artificial Intelligence at Curtin University, Perth, Australia. Sir received his PhD from University of Western Australia in 1989. He is Professor at Computer Science at the Australian National University, Canberra, in the capital of Australia. He has served as the head of Department of Computer Science in Australian National University, also served as the Associate Dean as well as the Interim Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and IT. Before joining Australian National University, he has served as the head of IT at Mudrock University and University of New South Wales, Australia. He has a brief stint as a lecturer at Brunel University of England. Professor is the member of many prestigious and national committees on research. He is also a senior member of IEEE. So far, more than 25 students have completed PhD under his supervision. He has more than 100 research articles, 352 referred conference publications to his credit. We warmly welcome Sir, and I request Uttam Sir to welcome Sir with an e-bouquet.
Thank you very much.
And now I request Sir to impart the gathering with his great words.
Thank you very much. What I'm intending to talk about is something a bit smaller than the previous speaker. I want to talk about sustainable AI. So I want to talk about what, in terms of AI, we can do. And for that, I want to put a little bit of context. So I lead the Optus Center for AI, which, sorry, having trouble changing slides. 1 second. Okay. There. Yes. So, sustainable AI is a movement to foster change in the entire life cycle of AI. If we are going to have sustainable development, we need to have sustainable development in all areas of society and science. And of course, my expertise is in AI. And so I've been looking at what can we do in AI to help. Certainly at the moment, AI is not very sustainable. I'm sure we've all heard how much power Google data centers use. We need to change that to improve the sustainability of our society overall, which increasingly relies on AI to improve and to sustain and to continue development. So I only have a few slides. I want to talk through what is this Optus, because I believe it's a company that will not be familiar to you in India, and talk about my center. Then I want to talk about big data and responsive AI. Then I will talk about responsible AI, and then I'll very quickly finish on my conclusion that I believe sustainable AI is possible. The diagrams just under me on the slide give an indication of what I think we actually want. What we want from AI is a helper, something like a butler, which will do what we want even if we don't express it very clearly. Unfortunately, AI at the moment is more like the genie, where what we get is what we asked for, even if that's not what we actually wanted. So, Optus is a major Australian telecommunications company, and they have a plan, and that's the green bits in this diagram. This is their 5G plans for the next generation of products. And the red oval over the top is the parts where we believe AI, or at least the things our center does, will overlap. So we're interested in things like augmented and virtual reality, autonomous vehicles. The diagram says remote surgery, but in fact we're interested in remote health overall. And then I think edge apps is relevant, as I will mention. It's relevant to sustainability, as I will mention later. So what does my center do? The focus of the center is on responsive and responsible AI. And by responsive AI, we mean the use of human behavioral and biometric data, so sensors on people, sort of on your wrist, or pointing at you like cameras. And the point is to use these to create useful AI systems. So systems more like the butler I was talking about. The problem with these kinds of systems is that quite a lot of information, we leak a lot of information into the environment. There's a possibility that banks in the future may want liveness detectors so that cable comes out and you put it on your hide so they can check, is this a live human being? Is this the correct live human being? The problem with that is the bank now will have my heart rate signal. That sounds okay, that would identify me well. But what if the bank decide also owned an insurance company, health insurance company, and decided to run some heart condition detecting code on my heart signals, which they recorded when I was trying to just identify myself. Suddenly my premium, health insurance premium goes up for something I may not even know about yet. Okay? So how do we deal with issues like that? That's where I think responsible AI comes in. It's a privacy by design approach to control private and personal data use. I won't talk more about it now, but I do want to stress that there is a difference between privacy and data security. Data security is how carefully it's stored. Privacy is the degree of control I have on my data or about data relating to me. I will have a slide later where I give a bit more of an example what we can actually do with the current state of the art in terms of privacy. So my center is interested in a range of AI technologies. We are interested in large-scale problems such as impact of AI and 5G on health, on regional telecommunications, improving higher education student outcomes, and the urban environment. And that's just as a mention, Optus sponsors my center, and then within my center, we have an Optus 5G lab. So we do a range of things with this telecommunications company. I just wanted to briefly give you a hint of the kinds of data I was talking about. The kinds of data that we've used range from camera-like sensors, thermal cameras, hyperspectral, normal RGB, wearable sensors. I mentioned things which go on your wrist, but there are also ones to measure other kinds of signals, EEG or functional near-infrared spectroscopy. So we tend to collect data often on people who are observing an event. As I say to people when I'm explaining it, if somebody's going to hit them, I'm not interested in the stress that they're feeling while they're being hit. I want to put the sensors on somebody who's watching and measure the stress by the person watching. This seems strange, but human beings respond very similarly to something when they see it, and so it means we can use historical data, and it means I don't have to, if somebody's being beaten up, I don't have to rush out with some sensors to try and quickly put it on it and get a measurement. I can just take a video and then show it to somebody. So this is responsive AI, and often it's looking at people. So if you notice that the little blue figure on the thing, its eye gaze is directed towards my face on this slide. Okay, so this is responsive AI. So it responds not just to the data on the technical or whatever problem it's solving, but it takes human reactions into account. But as I said, we leak personal information. So we're also interested in responsible AI. And as I mentioned, that is a privacy-preserving aspect. Now let me play this video. Oops. Somehow this has gotten stuck because there is supposed to be the trajectory is somehow not, oh, I've got it, sorry. Okay. If you look at just the trajectory data, which you probably didn't notice because the movement is so much more compelling when there are people, you can see there's two blobs come close together, they jitter a bit, and then one of them moves off. it could be possible that a security guard would not be watching the full video. Somebody monitoring CCTV footage would just on the trajectory data be able to see that something unusual was happening. They would then request from the system a less anonymized view, and then they would see this one. And on this one, we can very clearly see it's, in this case, an attempted purse snatching, but the privacy of the two people concerned are still protected. Of course, in a purse snatching, the privacy may not matter so much, but there can be a lot more personal and not nice interactions where you would want to keep the privacy of the person being attacked. We could go even further and use deepfake technology for a good purpose, where the face of each of the individuals would be replaced by another face, which is in some way similar. So for myself, it would be replaced by somebody who's male, about the same sort of age, or whatever, and sadly probably same amount of hair. Which means that it would be possible to see facial expressions, which you can't see on the skeletonized video. So I'm actually going to now move to my final slide. I think in terms of achieving sustainable AI, there are a number of components we need. And I believe that responsive AI and responsible AI are two significant components. Remember that social justice was part of my definition at the beginning. So there it's very clear that we need the responsible AI. We need, though, to reduce energy consumption. And one of the aspects there is edge computing, where we do more of our computing in a clever fashion in small, lower powered devices rather than building bigger and bigger data centers. For whatever energy we're using, hopefully it will be green energy. And what else? There may be other things we need. I think during this conference, we will be talking about quite a few of the other aspects of computing for sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. I now request Sir Uttam sir to present the e-certificate.
Thank you very much.
I request Sir to present the e-memento as a token of appreciation from BVI-CAM.
Oh, very nice.
Thank you, sir, for inspiring us. Encouraged by the resounding, thank you, sir. Encouraged by the resounding success of past 15 editions of INDIACom, since its inception in 2007 with INDIACom 2007, INDIACom 2022 was announced as 16th edition of the annual series at international level under technical sponsorship of IEEE Delhi section with permission to submit for possible publication and indexing all accepted papers which will be presented during the conference in IEEE Explore. It attracted researchers and practitioners from academia, industry, and government agencies in order to exchange ideas and share their valuable experiences. Over 1,100 papers authored by over 3,300 authors from all over the world were received till the last date, thereby making the job of technical program committee extremely difficult. Based upon an internal scrutiny, 642 papers were found worth consideration for detailed technical review. After a series of tough review exercises by a team of over 600 experts, 175 papers authored by over 350 authors from different parts of the country and abroad were recommended to be accepted for the presentation in INDIACom 2022 during the 3 days under different parallel tracks. A further chosen set 37 have also been published in hard copy of pre-conference proceedings. These papers present wide variety of research topics in all emerging areas besides traditional and core computational areas. Some of the application-oriented papers may not be rich in technical content, but provide extensive information about the new areas where computing can really be useful for the overall prosperity of the mankind. I request all eminent dignitaries to release the proceeding of INDIACom 22. The completion of all this work has been made possible through our website, bviacam.ac.in INDIACom. I request all the eminent dignitaries to release the website.
Information of the program website of BBICAM, that is bicam.ac.in/INDIACom. Let's take a look at the journey of INDIACom since its inception in the year 2007. Of eminent personalities in the field of research and has been staged for more than 1,000 keynote and invited speakers in 16 nations. Since its inception, is technically supported and promoted by premier professional societies across India, namely Computer Society of India, Institutions of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers, IEE, Indian Society for Technical Education, ISTE, Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, GSIPU, All India Council for Technical Education, AICTE, New Delhi, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, New Delhi. The event is also promoted by the Institute of Information Technology Professionals, New Delhi, and JJT University, Rajasthan. Papers in the proceedings can be searched on various keywords. Thank you everyone for your valuable time.
It's a matter of great privilege for me to unveil before you 39th issue, that is volume 14, number 1 of International Journal of Information Technology with the acronym BJIT, published by largest publisher of scientific documents globally, the Springer Nature. The journal is indexed with Scopus since 2017 and UGC care listed. Our site score for 2020 was 1.9, which was improved to 2.5 in 2021. From this volume onwards, we have increased our frequency to 7 issues an year. The current issue is live on the Springer content platform Springer Link and available to the prospective readers through Springer CS package globally. Volume 14, number 1, presents a compilation of 50 papers chosen out of 600 manuscripts that span a broad variety of topics from various emerging areas of information technology and computer science, especially addressing current research problems related to software requirement analysis, wireless sensor networks, smart parking system, workload migration, cloud services, and plant diseases identification, and to name a few. With this, I now request all eminent dignitaries to release the 39th issue of BIJET. Thank you, sir. In view of NEP 2020 recommendations of having over-enthusiastic disciplinary institutions, we have expanded our domain with another new department of journalism and mass communication, under which we have begun a 3-year bachelor degree course in journalism and mass communication affiliated under Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University. Maintaining the tradition of the Institute of doing something different than our peer institutions, we are starting a news channel, namely Bharti News, initially in online mode on YouTube. I would now request the dignitaries to kindly inaugurate the same. Thank you. And I now request Professor M.N. Huda, General Chair, INDIACom-2022, Director, Bharati Vidyapeeth Institute of Computer Applications and Management, and Vice Chairperson, IEEE Delhi Section, to kindly welcome Professor Mohammed Yamin, the Australian National University, Canberra, Australia. We are highly honored to have. Sir has obtained his PhD in mathematics from the Australian National University, Canberra. Sir is working as a full professor. Sir is an adjunct at the Research School of Computing at the Australian National University. During his career, Sir has served many institutions, including the Australian National University and the Federal Government of Australia. Sir is an internationally acclaimed researcher on crowd management. He has extensively worked in research on the topics of cybersecurity, privacy, and health informatics. He has published over 100 research papers in international journals and conference proceedings. Sir has over 800 citations, an H index of 17 and ITIN index of 27. Sir is one of the 2 editors of International Journal of Information Technology, published by Springer. We welcome you, sir. I request Uttam sir to present an e-bouquet.
Hello to everybody, every participant, especially the young students, and my colleagues, and especially Professor Agrawal. I'm a bit emotional. Let me go through a few things. I'm not prepared for anything, as you would know how things are unfolding with me. I was supposed to come to Delhi yesterday by a direct flight from Jeddah, which for silly reasons, I could not make it. I would not go into the very, very silly reasons. Replacement earliest flight was today, but not direct. It was via Riyadh. So 5-year direct journey became 15 hours journey. Whole night has gone into journey. I left my home at midnight yesterday, and it's about 17, 18 hours now. But I would say with the grace of God, I made it. I made it pretty much in time, although it would have been better if I came a bit earlier. It's a very emotional coming home for me after 3 years to India. As some of you might know that I am from India originally, although an Australian citizen. My father still lives in Delhi, in popular Shaheen Bagh. He is approaching 100 years, but suffering from dementia. I'll see him tomorrow. He will not recognize me, but I will recognize him for sure. So I've been missing my friends in INDIACom, missing my relatives, whoever they are, and so on. And you know, when there is a birthplace for you, wherever it is, you have emotional attachment for it. So my wife said she accompanied me, of course, she always is with me wherever I go. Why do we have to go to India? I said, as long as my father lives, as long as your mother lives, we go to India. After that, we will think about it. Okay, these 3 years, mainly because of COVID-19. I could not travel. Actually, I could not travel to Australia for 2.5 years. And I just traveled few months back, and I was there for about 4 weeks. And every day was like a holiday celebration. Probably, we should also talk about sustainable COVID-19. You know, it's been going on for over 2 years, and it has done a lot of things. Historically, if you know, about 105 years ago, 1819, there was another big pandemic called Spanish flu. The accounts of Spanish flu, if you look in the folklore of the literature, are from 10 million dead to about 100 million dead. We don't know. There is no way. Do you know how many people have died in this pandemic? Can anybody say with certainty? No. So after that pandemic of about 100 years, a century ago, we have this pandemic. There are lots of facts and figures, there are lots of losses, and there are things. The recent calculation by the WHO, recent statistics by WHO are over 6 million, 6.25 or something death, and something like 450 million infections, nearly 500 million. I have published a few papers around these themes, and in fact, let me just go a few steps outside. I'm also the convener of, or the general chair of the International Conference on Information Engineering and Management. And the theme this year, again, like last year, is shared COVID-19. And we have a number of papers will be present there. So I came across recently, I think it was in one of the major newspapers, BBC or something, news outlet. They say at least 3 times that what is reported by WHO, which makes it about 20 million. But you see, I can count the countries, whole countries, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, all those, this belt. There was never a, what you call, curfew or whatever kind, and it went on. Indonesia, there are many countries, Africa, how much do you trust there with statistics? you can count on fingers how many countries have actually caught up, have maintained their statistics, mostly Western, India to an extent, I would say. China, we then cannot trust, okay, what goes on and so on. So if we go into what scientists are saying, at least 3 times, that makes 20 million, maybe more. Some exaggerated, I would say, put the figure 50 million, 40 million. What I'm trying to say is that after that major pandemic of century ago, this probably is of equal magnitude or maybe more. And it's not over yet. Let not be not mistaken. Probably I will say we, because I was born here in India, I still have my OCI card. So I'm half Indian, okay, still. So we Indians are quite resilient when it comes to, facing such things. And as you saw, except for the Delta variant, where this was a havoc last year, India has pretty much been okay. You may be surprised. I mean, there are 2 things like Omicron now that more than half people are without mask. I'm without a mask, okay? But in some parts of the world, it's still causing havoc, especially in the elder population of the Western countries, Australia, New Zealand, England, America, and so on and so forth. I mean, in highly industrialized countries or Western countries, their rate of death in this is quite high. Anyway, so it hasn't yet gone. Let's hope that it goes away. Many countries have declared that we are out or nearly out. Let's hope that it goes like that. I am working in Saudi Arabia actively, working partly in Australia. They both have sort of said bye-bye to COVID. So we live. This is, they're calling sustainability with COVID-19, that, okay, it may be there, but we will continue forging ahead. It has done, of course, a lot of damages. It has brought in some aspects. Let me bring, there is a popular airline, Qatar Airline. You might have heard. If you go to its website, you'll find a lady, a young Western lady wearing a mask. This lady, this picture caught my attention. She looks quite pretty. If you. Last night, I had to take a wheelchair for 2 reasons. One is I'm slowing down. I'm an old person. But also, when you have a wheelchair, you will really get a nice treatment in the airport. You are out of the queue, always. Okay. You get a VIP treatment without paying anything. So it's quite convenient. And in fact, it was played because there were hundreds of people queuing up, and he just went into the immigration and out I was. So it won. So last night in Jeddah, where I was booking my, the person didn't put because they had to change the ticket, they didn't put the wheelchair in there. So I was confronted with this beautiful lady. Quite beautiful. But what made her even more beautiful, she was wearing a pink mask, an uncustomary mask, which was like a paste on her. It's a different flat. So look, people have found beautiful ways through masks. Put it this way. But anyway, this is what we have been going. This is the 8th year, correct me, Professor Huda, for International Conference of Information Engineering and Management, which I chair as a general chair. There's a healthy participation. There will be lots of paper tomorrow from overseas. I think I have got about 17 presentations coming tomorrow morning and in the afternoon. And there are Indian papers, Sunil, about 10, 12, something like that. 10 papers, and we have selected them out of several papers. So I'm very, very happy, and this makes me part of the family of INDIACom. It is always, for the last 5-6 years, I'm hosting this Earlier, I used to host it. I hosted in France, in England, in China, and was it Shanghai? Yes, it was Shanghai. And also France twice, I think. And also once in Holland. But then, when I found this platform, nothing is better than this. Believe me, I mean, I don't have to do anything. The only person in this world, when I'm dealing, only one person who hassles me. Who is he? Sunil. He is the only person who gives me a bit of hassles. Otherwise, it's a flawless, organization.
Sunil doesn't accept any paper unless the reviews are okay. And
Yeah.
he keeps on bothering, sir.
Yeah. So anyway, but I think I take a lot of pleasure in working with him. He's a young man. I think I would suggest that involve him with the journal. Also, you see, the journal is going very healthy, very, very healthy. And I think very soon we should be seeing some news of this becoming an SCI indexed ISI, which will be an excellent news for the also
Sustainability.
yeah, the sustainability, these proceedings, I think they are bringing. I mean, few years back, it used to be this thick. I couldn't hold it in my hands. Now, I think I made a point there. So now it's quite thin. It's a representative, so it's sustainable. Quite sustainable. That's what I think. Look, I don't want to take a lot of time. I think I didn't get time to prepare and I'm overtired and all that. But look, I'm also very emotional. I'm very, very glad to be here among you after 3 years and I hope next year, some of my friends, our friends have not been able to make presentations like Professor Milos, Professor Atatun from Turkey, Dr. Masood Mohammadian from Australia, and my dean, Professor Nasir Kadasa from Saudi Arabia, Professor Abdullah Basel from Saudi Arabia, and Dr. Saeed Badrish and Dr. Tamim Al-Bassan and Dr. Saleh Bajba, all from Saudi Arabia. Some of them, namely George Alkias, who presented, Yasser Edis, who presented, Dimitra is, in fact, I missed, she hasn't been able to present. She apologized. She will be with us in the individual paper presentations. So George, Yasser, Dimitra, Atatun, Professor Basel, they are all expected to be in person next year. They have promised. They will be here and we go hiking in Mussoorie area. Okay. So I think, I don't know, is there any other point I could bring into? I'm very happy, and I'm very happy the way I see IES, which is the International Conference on Information Engineering and Management. This is the 8th year, is it 9th or 8th?
Yours is 8th.
8th is going very well, and I'm really very, very, very thankful for the beautiful, immaculate organization of Professor Huda and his team. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the pearls of wisdom. Highly honored to have amongst us noted academician, chairman, National Board of Accreditation, and founder, vice chancellor, GGS IP University, Professor K.K. Agarwal. Sir obtained his engineering degree from Punjab University and master's degree from Kurukshetra University, securing first position in both. Later, he did his PhD in reliability evaluation and optimization from Kurukshetra University. In 1975, he rose to the level of professor at an age of 27.5 years, probably the youngest person in the world to have achieved this level. After a distinguished service of 27 years at NIT Kurukshetra, Sir was appointed Pro Vice Chancellor Guru Jambeshwar University, Hisar, for a period of 3 years, and then in 1998 appointed as Founder Vice Chancellor of Guru Gobind Singh University, Delhi. He continued on this position up to November 2008. He has been president of the Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers for the period 2002 to 2004. During this period, this institution witnessed an unprecedented growth and made a remarkable impact on the society in general and IT professionals in particular. He has also served as sectional president in the Indian Science Congress Association, President Computer Society of India for the period 2007 to 2009, and President of Southeast Asia Regional Computer Confederation for the years 2008 to 2010. Sir has extensively worked in various fields of electronics and computer engineering, has published 400 papers in the reputed journals, about 50% of these in international journals. He has been invited to deliver lectures in several universities in India and abroad, such as University of Berkeley, USA, University of Florida State, University of Birmingham, Technical University of Germany, and so on. Sir did not confine his contribution to the academic field alone. Instead, he made a very strong impact in the industrial world too. He has delivered lectures in several industrial organizations and conducted programs from many important industrial houses such as Tata Consultancy Services, BAIL, TVS Electronic, DCM, Tata Systems, Central Mechanical Engineering Research Institute, Electronics Corporation of India, Defense Research Labs, and so on. He has been widely consulted by the industry, most notable being his contribution towards the reliability analysis for PSLV. He delivered a talk on reliable automotive electronics in Ford Motors, Detroit, USA, and also conducted a full-day program for Information Management Resources, Florida, USA. Sir has written few books, and many of his articles have appeared in several books published by IEEE of USA. A couple of years ago, he authored a book on reliability engineering, which is published by Academic Netherlands, USA, UK. His latest book on software engineering, published in 2001, has already been several reprints. Sir was honored by Reliability Society of IEEE USA for his services as guest editor for special issue 1 State of Reliability Effort on the Indian subcontinent. He was declared as Man of Decade, Man of Century, and finally Man of the Millennium by American Bibliography Institute, USA. He was awarded Delhi Ratan by All India Conference of Intellectuals. International Bibliographic Center, England, has published his biography in the first 500 in the new millennium in July 2000. The Broadcast Engineering Society of India honored him by conferring honorary fellowship on him in February 2001. And the Computer Society of India conferred the fellowship on him in 2003. Sir was conferred Distinguished Fellowship in 2010 and was first Lifetime Achievement Award in 2011 by the Institute of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers, India. Computer Society of India has also conferred the Lifetime Achievement Award on Professor Agarwal during 2016. A huge applause for Sir. I request Sir to impart his gathering.
Professor Yamin, a very great source of inspiration to this INDIACom and the international conference, has been visiting whenever it has been possible. I think I've certainly met him several times in this INDIACom. Professor Huda, the fulcrum of this conference. And if one has to name one person for INDIACom, obviously Professor Hoda, and the sustainability which he has built in into him has resulted into this conference today seeing 16th session. Very rarely in the world we have seen conferences which survive for 16 years at a stretch. And every year in the same month, more or less, we are holding it. And year by year, the level is increasing. That's still more beautiful. I, as a chairman, National Board of Accreditation, one of our parameters of measuring the quality of any educational institution is, are you improving continuously? I always say that it doesn't matter what level of quality you are. If you are better today than you were yesterday, and if you promise to be better tomorrow than you are today, then you are all right. You will make up, and that's the definition of quality, which I always say that. And I can certainly say with full confidence that INDIACom measures that metrics of quality of continuous improvement continuously for 16 years so far. Friends, sustainability was always an issue. It's a new issue. Right from the history of civilization, sustainability was an issue. But for last 7-8 years, the world realized that without sustainability, things will go very, very bad. Because somehow it was being seen as if development and environment friendliness are opposite to each other. This was believed to be the path. Therefore, either you don't develop, which is not possible, or you don't care for the environment, which is still more fatal. And then it came up a realization that we will have to carry both together. And then the people realized that it is possible to carry both together. And today, there's no option for the world except for sustainable development. If you don't care for sustainability and if you develop, then probably you are doing more damage to the society and the world at large than otherwise. So even today, there's a conference of all vice chancellors which has started in Mysore. And the theme this year is Sustainable Development Goals. So all the vice chancellors of this country are meeting in Mysore, some of them joining online for 3 days. And the theme this year is Sustainable Development Goals. Because after COVID, we certainly and surely realized that had we cared for sustainability, probably damages would have been less. I don't say COVID would not have been there. COVID probably would have been there, but the damages could have been far too less than what happened. These happened because we never really bothered about sustainability in the real sense of the word. In 2015, 17 Sustainable Development Goals were published. And I think within 10 years, the whole world agreed in several conferences to comply with this. And to the best of my limited knowledge, I don't think we are anywhere nearer the even first quarter of those goals. So that has made the world very difficult situation, what to do, how to carry the things forward. And it was nice of Professor Hoda, of course, in discussion with many of his friends, and that he chose the theme of sustainable computing right from day one. At that time, nobody really believed that even computing has to be sustainable. Today, we do realize electronic waste is a much more serious problem than other waste. Today, we realize that this useless sending of emails is a very serious problem. Today, UK has published a paper. If internet keeps on growing at the same rate it is growing today, there will be no electricity available except for the internet. Now imagine UK which has a very efficient internet, but without electricity for any other purpose? Will it be a sustainable UK? It's a paper from UK, but probably the situation is all over the world. So you can't have lopsided development of anything. Everybody has internet, but not food to eat. Will that be a word which will be appreciated? Certainly not. And therefore, this balance has to be struck. Balance has to be, of course, I'm very sure when we are challenged by nature to the extreme point, we do find some solutions always. I remember long before in England, there used to be, the mode of transport used to be horse carriage. दिल्ली में भी आप लोगों ने बचपन में देखा होगा. And when horse carriage is the mode of transport, the dung of the horses on the streets was obviously piling up. And somebody used nice statistics to prove if population keeps on rising at the same rate, we will need so many more cars and therefore so many more horses. So there will be so much shit on the road, and ultimately the heap of the shit will not allow you to enter your houses. That's a published result. Nobody thought neither the horses will remain to drive the carts, nor the horse carts will be required for transport. There will be better means. So there would be better means for something. Maybe we think of much more efficient computing and all that. A colleague of mine mentioned here about the changes and the necessity of coping up with the changes. I think Professor Hoda himself. And he was trying to bring out how online education and online conference was being resisted to begin with, but now it has become a question of survival. If the conference had to continue, we had no option but to go online. And last year it was completely online. This year also, till day before yesterday, it was completely online. Only when Professor Jamin made it clear that he is coming in person. So I was asked to give him company and join in face-to-face mode on this conference. The point is, UGC of this country, AICT of this country, I hope you have heard of these organizations, have given a statement in the Supreme Court just 4 years before that online education cannot be accepted. And people have had their degrees already earned cancelled. I know of several teachers who had done their PhD, but because their BTech was withdrawn, they had to repass BTech, then redo MTech, redo PhD, because AICT and UGC will feel a degree earned by distance education is no longer a valid degree. And today, everybody is vying with each other more and more online. And as a matter of fact, again, I think we are going to the second tipping point, where we are accepting everything online, which again is not a good thing to do. So now we are probably come to a stage of sustainability where we must decide how much online, how much face-to-face. And these changes, our way of life, have to be accepted. I do remember, most of you are youngsters, you will not remember, I think, when computers were introduced in this country, the first industry was banking. And almost all banks in the country went on strike for several weeks together. How dare you are introducing computers in banks? Everybody was against it. Employees thought they will lose their job. Customers will feel computers will fudge their data, and so on and so forth. So there was everything against using computers in the banks. And when the computerization started, banks also felt that selling this idea that we use computers is a very beautiful idea. So Bank A will say, we are automated, and therefore pay us more because we are automated. We are very elitist bank. Then came a stage, they used to charge more for automated service than not automated service. Then the things branched off. And today, if you go to the bank and get a draft made, they charge you much more. But if you transfer online, they charge you nothing. It has completely reversed. Automation used to be costly. Now, automation is rewarding in terms of even financial services. So that's the change to which we have to get accustomed to which we have to get used to. And according to me, that is sustainability. To learn to cope up with the change is sustainability. Sustainability does not mean status quo. Sustainability only means learn to develop and keep the things under control at the same time. And that's an art which you young students have to learn, have to go ahead and do that together. And today's technologies, fortunately, are very cooperative in the sense, say, artificial intelligence, data science, Internet of Things, augmented reality, virtual reality, 3D printing, and so on and so forth. They are so user-friendly. And once you get accustomed to it, they are so useful that you can't run away from them. Today also, you may not know how many times a day you are using artificial intelligence. You search for a camera, which camera is shown to you is artificial intelligence. You search for a flight today. Next time you open the computer, you will say, do you want to travel to Bombay? These are the flights. That's artificial intelligence and data science. So how many times we are brushing with these technologies, and today people are talking of combining these technologies. There's a technology which we are talking of today, say automating trust. No, you sometimes used to get so many lies and all that. So automating trust could be their combination. There are companies which are advertising now that we are a very ethical company. So all that value system and everything is very important. And I was also seeing the journey of the journal and the way its impact factor has improved over the last few years. And Professor Hoda's target that within a few years to bring it under Web of Science, I think is a very laudable target. And I think we must all wish him all the best for achieving that as soon as possible. Because that will be something which will be an international metric of quality of the journal and will help us. I think for the first time I'm coming here when the course on journalism has also been started, in addition to computer applications. Keeping you in NEP, I would suggest, can we produce journalists from this institution who are the best IT savvy journalists in the whole country? Because that will be our strength, that we are strong in computer applications, we are running a journalist course, but we ensure the whole country that the students of our journalism department will be the most IT competent journalists. That will help them, that will help the institution. And because NEP does not say algebraic sum of mathematics plus physics plus chemistry. I always say NEP interdisciplinarity means we are all Indians, including Professor Yamin. We believe in a soul entering into bodies and things like that. I always say multidisciplinarity means when soul of one discipline enters into the body of another discipline, then interdisciplinarity happens. Our definition of interdisciplinarity, nahi humne bachchon ko ye bhi padhaya. The moment you say teacher X taught this, teacher Y taught this, I think multidisciplinarity spirit goes. A teacher C must be produced which has a good understanding of both these subjects and teaches that subject in totality. Then multidisciplinarity will come. I still remember, and I think I've quoted many times, when I visited Kennedy School of Governance for some lectures, the most beautiful statement which was made therein, it's about 30 years ago maybe, it was, sir, governance requires political science, governance requires economics, but if we teach one course in economics and one course in political science, that does not mean we have taught two courses in governance. Governance will have to be taught as governance. And that is where we sometimes make mistakes, where we churn out students with half the knowledge or quarter of knowledge of several subjects, but we do not synthesize. We produce mixtures, not compounds, in the language of chemical engineering or chemistry. And that is where I think we defeat the very purpose. So my friends, young friends here, so I thought I'll address only you, that sustainability development goals will have to be in Washington Accord. We are a member of the Washington Accord, India. And India has suggested, I made this first proposal, that the 12 graduate attributes which we have now must include sustainability and creativity innovation as 2 additional graduate attributes which every graduate must possess. And we must revise our accreditation systems to try and measure sustainability as a parameter and creativity and innovation as another parameter, because tomorrow's graduate who is not conscious of sustainability or who is not apt in creative thinking will probably not be very useful for day after tomorrow. And where do the things change? You do not know. Drug design will depend so heavily on artificial intelligence, nobody had thought of. Drug design was pharmacist's job, was chemical engineer's job, artificial intelligence, computer scientists will do, but drug design effort will be reduced to 25% after the use of artificial intelligence. That's the name of the game which we have to play. And that is how we could handle COVID vaccines all over the world. It's not only the doctors and the medical researchers, it's also the artificial intelligence, computer scientists, data science, computer scientists who have contributed to this, and it has happened. And Professor Hoda, I think, was mentioning that COVID has taught us to change many things. I read a beautiful paper which says the award for the best teacher 2020 should go to COVID because it has taught us more than any other teacher has taught anyone else. So friends, I'm so happy to be here at INDIACom's inaugural session. And to the best of my memory, I have been here as long as I was not abroad or something. And I wish all the very good for the coming few days for this conference goes on. And also more than that, wish that this INDIACom keeps on going ahead and ahead with more and more milestones. For the first time, another session is being held in another town. Maybe this hub and spoke model can be much more popularized to make sure that we have parallel processing, not only online, but also face-to-face. And that will help us. So thank you very much, Professor Hoda and Professor Jamin and Professor Vyas, Professor Saini, for giving me this opportunity. And to my young students, I would just ask one sentence at the end. Please make sure that you learn to do things differently. Just challenge yourself. I'm doing it this way. Can I do it another way? Our inadequacy in teaching is we almost force you that this is the only method of this problem solution. That's our style of teaching by and large. I jokingly say, even when we say in mathematics paper, find out square root 5, we don't leave at that. We say, find out square root 5 by using Newton-Raphson method. Why can't student think which numerical method he will use in which situation? So we practically leave nothing to your thought process by and large. So I think I'll suggest and I'll request for your better future, challenge yourself. What is being done? Can I do it better? Can I do it more efficient? Can I do it in an alternative manner? Can I do it at less energy usage? In the Washington Accord, when I made a presentation, I have said, let every engineering student, whatever project he does, however small he may be, let him at the last page say how much cost this project has, what have been the earlier cost of the same thing, how much energy this project consumes, what have been the earlier levels of energy, and how much can be non-conventional energy. Let these 5 lines be there at the last page of every engineering project, and finally of every student. I think evolve some things as these habits. Don't think pay package is the only deliverable in your life. That's important. Please go ahead. We wish you all the best. But in addition to this, can I bring a change to the world? Can I make it better? Can I use Internet of Technology, IoT for agriculture of this country? Can I use data science for farmers of this country? Let me make a formal statement. The solution to farmers' problems does not rest with any politician. whatever they may say. It rests with scientists and engineers to how to increase their productivity. Sloganeering will not give them more money. We have to give them technologies which gives them more money, more efficiently. And I'm sure our youth will respond to this. All over the world, I have seen youth has a great potential, and Indian youth has the greatest potential. So thank you very much, and hope that you give us the results. Thank you.
Just like to make one comment, quick comment. Only I not a substitute. And people want better yield, or what you call better result of your money. How do you say? Better value for your money. If you want value for your money, is in face-to-face. Face-to-face is something much, much better than e-learning. E-learning is good. It fills in some environment. So I'm very thankful that he made a very forceful statement. Not only that, he said he's on record of putting it in the Supreme Court. We have seen through this pandemic a lot of online, which has revealed what I thought about 20 years ago about online is still the same. It cannot replace the face-to-face.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your pearls of wisdom. We are highly blessed to have, and we hope you wish that you keep on showering your blessings on us in future as well. We also have amongst us Professor Ataun, Cyprus Science University, Turkey, and political advisor to the President of the state, Turkey. Sir has just joined, and we wish to express his words of wisdom with us.
Distinguished guests and invitees, ladies and gentlemen, you are all welcome to the 16th INDIACom 2022, the 9th International Conference on Computing for Sustainable Global Development. I participate from Turkey, the Turkish Republic, and salute Professor Huda, my dear friend Professor Yamin, the members of the court, organizing team, and all of you with my sincere respects. I congratulate you all for organizing this excellent conference and releasing the very prestigious academic journal. As mentioned by Professor Yamin, I shall definitely participate live to the conference of next year with my wife, whom she is quite a well-known academic in our country. I thank to Professor Huda, Professor Yamin, and the team members for giving me a chance to address to you all distinguished participants. We are now working on a communication satellite, which will conduct all kinds of communication and will only be under our control without any external interventions. I would like to state that innovations in information technologies have created a new social concept that we can call information society with them. The information society will create a new structure that will focus on the concept of efficiency, unlike the industrial revolution. I'm proud of being the member of the team INDIACom and humbly convey my very best regards from Turkey to all the attendees. God bless you all.
Professor Atatun, you have finished?
Yes, I am finished.
Oh, thank you so much.
I thank you very much. God bless you all.
I request Uttam sir to present with an e-bouquet.
Thank you very much.
I request sir to present sir with an e-certificate.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for honoring us.
Thank you
I
very much.
request Uttam, sir, to also present an e-memento as a token of appreciation from BVI camp.
Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I now request Shri R.K. Vyas, sir, former President CSI, New Delhi, to present a token of appreciation to our chief guest, Professor K.K. Agarwal. I also request Uttam, sir, to present sir with an e-memento. I now request Professor M.N. Huda, General Chair, INDIACom-2022, Director, Bharatiya Vidyapeeth Institute of Computer Applications and Management, to present a token of appreciation to Professor Mohammed Yamin, the Australian National University, Canberra, Australia. I again request Uttam, sir, to present sir with an e-certificate. I again request sir to present sir with an e-memento as a token of appreciation from BVI camp. It's now time to honor members of Bharatiya Vidyapeeth family for their untiring efforts to always make this session successful. I request all dignitaries to come in front and confer the certificates to our students and teachers. Dr. Anil Kumar. Mr. Sandeep Raj. Aryan Jain. Aditi Sharma. Shivam Kapoor. Mahira Puri. Yashovardhan Singh. Vanshika Panvar. Yuvraj Ahuja. Piyush Khurana. Akshit Mehta. Rupanshi Bhatnagar. Dhruv Saluja. Nikshubha Pandey. Ishita Juneja. Aditya Pant. Dhananjay Singh Makkad. Gautami Tomar. Nargis Huda Firdaus. Savi Yadav. Akshit Gupta. Dhruv Kam Shetty. Vrinda. Vinayak. Aditya. Himani Dhawan. Sarthak Maheshwari. Shayoni Rakshit. Shayoni is there. Yash Gupta. Yash Dhanwaria. Vinny Singh Rajput. Chayan Manocha. Utsav Dhilo. Vinamr Agarwal. Prateek. Ayush Dikshit. Mishal Pandey. Prabhav Sangha. Yash Kamboj. Abhinav Kumar. Soumay Joshi. Chiranjeev Batra. Shubham Gupta. Yash Bhushan Sinha. Mohammad Faisal Huda. Praveen Kumar. Karan Arora. Utkarsh Garg. Akhil Bhandari. Chavi Gupta. Nikita Agarwal. Saurav Dogra. Riya Kumar Kushwaha. Chetan Sharma. Parul Rathi. We are extremely happy to confer a certificate of appreciation to Nargis Huda for reporting our annual Fest NSC 2022. She is actively coordinating in all the events of BVI Camp, and we really appreciate her untiring efforts, and we really wish she outshines the rest. A huge round of applause. Thank you, sir.
Special feature of this $5, $10, $100, all the same size, the same number. All the bills of American currency are of the same size, same color, not like other countries. Okay, that is a hallmark of education level in the United States of America. This one. It's a unique certificate. It's a certificate, universal certificate for everybody. Big professor, big vice chancellor, a staff member, or a humble student. Everybody gets the same certificate. It is again a hallmark of level of education. Thank you very much.
$100 they get that don't only
I now request vote of thanks. I request the audience to maintain silence. I request vote of thanks by Dr. Ritika Vasan, Associate Professor, BVI Camp, New Delhi.
Thank you, dear Parul. It is my great honor and privilege to propose a vote of thanks on this historic occasion. As it is rightly quoted, no duty is more urgent than that of returning thanks, because gratitude makes sense of our past, brings peace for today, and creates a vision for tomorrow. Honorable Professor K.K. Agarwal, Chairman, National Board of Accreditation, NBA, and Founder Vice Chancellor, GGSIP University, New Delhi. Professor Mohammad Yamin, the Australian National University, Canberra, Australia. Professor Rashna Garg, Chairperson, IEEE Delhi Section. Professor Subrata Mukhopadhyay, Consultant Network Affinity Group and former Chairperson, IEEE Delhi Section. Professor Wing Commander P. Prabhakar, President, the Institution of Electronic and Telecommunication Engineers, IETE, New Delhi. Professor A.K. Nayak, former President, Computer Society of India. Professor Thomas Gideon, Optus Chair in Artificial Intelligence at Curtin University, Perth, Australia. Professor Girija Chetty, Department of Information Technology and Systems, University of Canberra, Australia. Dr. Masood Mohammadin, Department of Information Technology and Systems, University of Canberra, Australia. Professor George Halikias, Department of Mathematics and Computer Science, University of Athens, Greece. Dr. Dimitra Apostolopou, School of Mathematics, Computer Science and Engineering, City University of London, UK. Dr. Yasir Addis, Greenwich University, London, UK. Professor Ata Atun, Cyprus Science University, Turkey, and Political Advisor to the President of the State, Turkey. Dr. George Saramisis, Department of Computer Science, Higher College of Technology, UAE. Professor Nadi Nasir Kadasa, Dean, Faculty of Economics and Administration, King Abdul Aziz University, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Dr. Tamim Al-Basan, Vice Dean, Development, Faculty of Economics and Administration, King Abdul Aziz University, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Dr. Saeed Bagradish, Vice Dean, Faculty of Economics and Administration, King Abdul Aziz University, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Professor Abdullah M. Basil, Professor, Department of MIS, King Abdul Aziz University, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Dr. Saleh Bajba, Faculty of Economics and Administration, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Professor Tariq Hamidi, Dean, Jeddah International College, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Professor Milos Stojminovic, Snigdam University, Belgrade, Serbia. Our most valued invited guest, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege and a great joy for me to extend a vote of thanks to all those who have contributed in one way or the other to make this conference a great success. BVICAM is extremely honored to serve as host for authors, delegates, scholars, researchers, teachers, and students during INDIACom 2022. The ninth international proceeding for the 16th annual conference on computing for sustainable global development. On behalf of the entire BVICAM family, at first I would like to express our gratitude towards our chief guest, Professor K.K. Agarwal, sir, for sparing time out of his busy schedule and grace the inaugural of INDIACom 2022 with his presence and enlightening us with his thoughts. Your presence today has been a great source of inspiration and motivation for all of us. With deep sense of gratitude, I would also take this opportunity to thank our honored guests, Professor Wing Commander P. Prabhakar, Professor Subrata Mukhopadhyay, Professor Rashna Garg, Professor Thomas Gideon, Professor Mohammad Yamin, Professor Nasir Kadasa, Professor George Halkias, Professor A.K. Nayak, Professor Abdullah M. Basil, Professor Dr. Yasir Addis, Professor Tariq Hamidi, Professor Ata Atun, Professor Girija Chetty, Dr. George Saramisis, Professors Milos Stojminic, Dr. Dimitra, Dr. Masood Mohammadian, Dr. Saeed Bagdrish, Dr. Tamim Albasan, Dr. Saleh Bajaba, Professor R.K. Vyas, Professor A.K. Saini, for having gracing this occasion with their benign presence and wisdom of words. I would also thank Professor M.N. Huda sir for his constant support and guidance that has constantly inspired all of us, students, teaching and non-teaching staff, to work for betterment. I will fail in my duty if I do not put on record my deep sense of appreciation to all the authors of our nation's development and discussants for their valuable contributions to attain this visionary objective. I, on behalf of the entire BVI Camp family, extend a very hearty note of vote of thanks to all the speakers for gracing this important occasion with their time today. It is a treasure which will keep the memories of this conference alive. I take this opportunity to extend our most sincere thanks to all our guests, invitees who have come from different destinations across the world for their support and cooperation. I am personally thankful to Professor Subrata Mukhopadhyay, Chairperson, IEEE Delhi Section, Standing Committee on Technical and Professional Activities, Shri R.K. Vyas, President CSI, former President CSI, Professor A.K. Saini, GGS IP University, New Delhi, for having offered their technical support and help to us at all difficult and critical times in the process of making this conference a great success. I would also thank Shri C.B. Sawant sir, Regional Director, Bharati Vidyapeeth Educational Complex, New Delhi, for having offered all resources and required support at all difficult and critical times in the process of organizing a conference of this magnitude. We also take this opportunity to thank various organizations which have sponsored and collaborated with us in organizing this conference and meeting the financial constraints, especially to GGS IP University, New Delhi, Department of Science and Technology, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, New Delhi, All India Council for Technical Education, AICTE, New Delhi, Institutions of Electronic and Telecommunication Engineers, IETE, New Delhi, IET UK, and Delhi Local Networks. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. Preparations for this conference started months ago. It required planning and an eye for detail. We are fortunate enough to have a team of dedicated and motivated colleagues who know their job well and are result-oriented. I thank all our program committee members to have spared their precious time for reviewing of the research papers. I wish to express my sincere thanks and depth of gratitude to members of the organizing committee, advisory committee, coordination committee, web administration and content development committee for the support throughout the duration of the event. Though I thank them in the end, but the student body has been the backbone of INDIACom 2022, be it organizing, participating, or preparing for this event. I applaud all of you for your endless efforts. I may have missed out many names. I sincerely apologize for the same and let them know that we value them all highly. So a very big thank you to all of you.
With this, we conclude today's evening, and now I would request our guests to proceed for the conference dinner in the library. Thank you, sir. Sir, yes, sir. Thank you all students for listening here peacefully. Thank you all. A big applause to all of you who are present. Thank you. Thank you so much for being patient. And now I request all the students to go in the library and have their dinner. Thank you.